Hello, and welcome back to OtakuDaiKun. Lostbelt 6 is back. I'm very excited. That compilation video is very fun to make. I hope you guys have had a chance to at least see that, if not join in the streams. But yeah, I'm excited to do more. It's gonna be fun. Let me see here. I'm actually not gonna roll for Melusine. I'm not as interested in her as I was Morgan, and now that they took her away, yeah, unfortunately, I'm not gonna pursue that. But let's see here, yeah, it's fine if you can only stay for a little while. I'll get the VOD up, and I'll probably do another edit, because you guys seem to have a lot of fun with that. Hope you're doing okay after everything that happened. Yes, thank you very much. If you guys didn't know, I was involved in a traffic accident recently. A vehicle turned into my lane, would have been a head-on collision. I had to veer right to avoid it, and unfortunately ran into a utility pole and totaled my car. I'm doing fine, other than just kind of the emotional... Yeah, it's definitely not fun. Which means that I could be getting calls from... I was reaching out to some lawyers and the insurance people and different stuff, so I might get a call like that. I apologize. I hope you can be flexible with me throughout that process, but other than that, I want to stream, and have a good time. Last we left off, we saved, shoot, what's the place called? Well, I guess I could just find out by going. Nope, nah. So, yeah, we saved Norwich from a big calamity of some sort that the people were afraid that even Morgan couldn't stop, and all the people there were gonna die. They're kind of in the blacksmith city, and we saved them thanks to Mashu showing up. She gained her memories back, and she is the honorary Tamlin of Galahad. We don't really exactly know quite what that means just yet, but she protected everyone. And then Morgan used this strange mirror that warped her to God knows where. But Habitrot seems confident that Mashu is alive, and we just have to continue. Yes, the Knight of Sheffield, Tamlin Galahad. Well, yeah, because she came from Sheffield, where the NTR lion met his end. You're excited to hear his voice, but I don't know if he'll come back. Maybe I'll have to do some other silly voice in the meantime. Yeah, as usual, tell me if there's any volume issues. I think it's set to the same way it was last time. Oh, right. In the aftermath, Morgan herself has reached out to us to arrange a meeting. And so we're going to go ahead and do that, since we think being walked right in, even if it's a potential trap, is still better than having to try and fight our way in, especially with the other Tamlins, the other fairy knights, trying to stop us from that. Doing well. Hope you have a fun stream. Yes, I have seen the new Fate Samurai Remnant trailer. It looks fun. It looks very fun. It almost looks like Fate is trying to channel some of that Demon Slayer energy. I think that it'll be a fun game for sure. Hopefully there's some more fun costumes, because right now they're all just kind of like pretty plain, pretty typical samurai gear. You know, at least with Musashi, I would love to see her like Saber Ascension 3 outfit. It would be an absolute crime if we didn't get that. It's also curious to see what other characters they could put into that game, because we saw a bit of Jalter in the ad, which looked awesome. I would love to play as Jalter. She's good. But even if we're talking just like Japanese servants, characters like Kato Danzo would be amazing to see. And of course, my absolute dream would be an Ushi Wakamaru uncensored. Being able to play as her in a melee setting would be absolutely amazing. You made some unregrettable and stupid financial decisions. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm willing to hear you out, I suppose, but definitely wishing you the best. You know, see why people like and hate Morgan. Oh yeah. Yeah, Morgan... Well, she's already doing this stupid existence tax. I'll like to hear what she has to say for herself. Alrighty, yeah, we want to have fun, so let's get on into the story. You're about to make stupid, regrettable decisions with the Melusine banner. That's funny. Musashi's son, huh? Extra, extra! Extra from the deck. Da Vinci's Tifa, Tiffany, or whatever. It's the bird, the carrier bird. Thanks, Marine. Let Tiffany rest up until her cage, in her cage until we're done writing our response. Scans for hazardous substances and contaminants are clear. It's a report from Da Vinci. Director Music, Holmes, if you would. Very well, let's take a look. I see. Oh, fascinating. Adopted son, that makes sense. Heads of the fairy clans. Calamities. Mysterious fairy horse who goes by Red Rabbit. And is a discount red hare. I still don't know what's up with that. Yes, this report has proven to be yet another scintillating array of tidbits. Care to read it yourself, Gordolf? Yes, of course. I'm Chaldea's director, after all. It's my job to stay abreast of all our latest developments. Get a load of this. If you'll all pipe down, Captain, Marines, and... whoever the fuck. I don't know French. What is it? I have no idea how many silent characters are in that. Will I be rolling? I will not be rolling this time around. I burned most of that on Morgan, and I'm saving up for the summer servants. I'll read it out loud so you can follow along. Alright, to start off, let's get over what we... Oh. Sorry, my dog's excited about some garbage truck noise. To start off, let's go over what we know about Fairy Britain thus far. I mean, we already know, so I don't think we need to hear him do that. Have a wonderful day at work. Fairy Britain, aka the 6th Lostbelt, is a dangerous place where no electronic devices can function. Sarah, Chaldea's resident master and special investigations officer. Her exclusive servant, Mashu Kyrielite. Our technical advisor, Leonardo da Vinci. And Tristan, a servant who was summoned out of nowhere. All set foot in Britain together. However, upon entering the Fey domain, known as the Nameless Woods... Recap.exe. My day is going pretty well, all things considered. I woke up with a definite sense of dread, you know, wondering about calling insurance companies and doing all that stuff. You know, I have anxiety, so that kind of thing terrifies me normally. Sorry, I was messing with my character's shoulders. I think they were off kilter. They were in a different pose than I wanted. But yeah, they forgot their own names and memories and ended up separated. Sarah awoke in the village of Cornwall. Where she made contact with a local fairy, Artoria Castor, who would come to aid Chaldea in our mission. Thanks to her and Tristan, Sarah escaped from the Nameless Woods, where she met another collaborator by the name of Oberon, the Fairy King, and began her investigation in earnest. After reuniting with Da Vinci, Sarah began gathering information on Fairy Britain, with a focus on anything that might lead her to Mashu Kyrielite. This Lostbelt's king is Morgan, a fairy who has been ruling for the past 2,000 years. Man, this carrier pigeon had to, like, deliver an essay. The fairies who populate it are divided into 6 clans, and they also control the human population. There are creatures known as Moors, who are the fairies' natural predators. There are also Tamlin, fairy knights, who possess the names of heroic spirits from proper human history. There are calamities that occur every 100 years, and great calamities that occur every 1,000. And there is a figure called the Child of Prophecy, who is said to be the one who will defeat Morgan. After undertaking a pilgrimage to ring 6 bells kept by each heads of the 6 clans, she will then go to defeat Morgan and become the true King of Britain. Dai-chan is doing better and better each and every day, and that is wonderful. The number of things she's able to do is increasing, so yay. It's very good. We're not out of the woods just yet, but definitely a lot more comfortable, all things considered. Fine, the bird's a familiar. Well, they were talking about, do you know how to use a regular carrier pigeon? Well, clearly they're doing more than just a standard carrier pigeon. Just explain how it wasn't your fault for the accident and demand a new vehicle filled with Artoria figurines. Yeah, now that... A lawyer who could get me that, I'll pay up for, man. Wow. Yeah. I don't know. This is an uncharted territory to me. To what I see is I wasn't the most injured out there, it seems. That doesn't mean I wasn't, and that I'm not facing any degree of trauma, but it's not like I went straight to the hospital or anything. And because of that, I feel like perhaps lawyers aren't going to be as interested in the case, and it might just be me hashing it out between the 2 insurance companies, but I hope it doesn't come to that. Well, we'll see what happens. The exception of the Counterforce, Human Order, and the Rongominiad, who else can, in theory, be an ultimate one for humanity? An ultimate one for humanity? I never considered that to be a thing. She will then go on to defeat Morgan and become the true King of Britain. You can send your soul into a homunculus body with all the human functionality, but with eternal youth while keeping all your memories. Would you do it? Yes. Especially if, I could choose what that homunculus looked like. You know, breed me a femme body. I'll do it. I'll do it. But then, let's see here. Yeah, you gotta make sure it's not one of those faulty homunculi that, you know, usually they die pretty early. So there are very few that I know that are, like, immortal or something like you say. It's usually the opposite. Poor Ilya. Yeah, the ultimate ones are supposed to be kind of like an embodiment of the planet's will, or whatever, too. Is there an ultimate one of the sun? That would be interesting. Maybe, I don't know, that would be cool. I mean, they haven't talked about it yet that I'm aware of. Naturally, as you can imagine, Sarah would never let her do something like that on her own. So she proposed a partnership with Artoria Caster without even waiting for my orders. So now we are obliged to lend the Child of Prophecy our full support in order to defeat our common enemy, Morgan. In the time since our last report, Sarah's team met with Aurora, the head of the Wind Clan, had a run-in with Tamlin Gawain at a ranch for keeping humans. Yeah, I mean, we don't have a type Earth. We have, like, archetype Earth, but that's kind of a bit of a different thing. But, you know, all that comes from Brunstad of the Crimson Moon, who helped give Earth, you know, its own kind of sense of touch and defense mechanism, independent from humanity. Fought Tamlin Tristan at an auction house, where they also rescued Senji Muramasa, a servant disciple of the foreign god. Met with Murian, the head of the Wing Clan, encountered Koyanskaya in yet another new outfit. Huh. And had another local fairy by the name of Gareth and a mysterious fey horse called Red Rabbit join their team. After a series of adventures, including a battle against the Drake in the River of Tears, Sarah's team finally arrived in the city of Norwich. There, we should think they encounter Mashu... Wait, what? Who should they encounter but Mashu Kyrielite, whom the local fairies believed to be their child of prophecy? No matter how many times I reread this part, it still doesn't make any sense to me. How did Kyrielite come to be known as the child of prophecy? And what in the world is a habitat? If only this report could respond to questions. But since it can't, we'll just have to use our imaginations to fill in the gaps. I'm guessing Kyrielite had her own share of troubles after escaping the Nameless Woods. At one point, she probably ended up saving some people, fairies, up in the northern part of Britain. It'd be really cool if you made a video covering the strength of each bad in FGO. You mean like villains and stuff? Gordolf is, he grows on you. He's a goofball. He's fun. He's got a lot of character. Which probably led them to regard her as a hero. At any rate, the report also says that Sarah's team made contact with the Crypter Peperoncino, who had been laying low in Norwich. No, I did not hear about a Niji Sanji VTuber being forced to graduate over baseball. That's kind of intense. I have not heard about that. I usually find stuff when it makes its way to Twitter, but I guess in this case I haven't heard of that. After numerous mishaps, the Calamity of Norwich finally appeared. Fortunately, with Caldea's help, the Child of Prophecy was able to defeat this calamity. However, shortly after Mashu Kyrielite had finally been reunited with Sarah, she was whisked away to parts unknown by a mysterious phenomenon, separating her from Sarah once again. But there is no time to grieve this unfortunate turn of events. I'm certain Sarah would agree. For you see, in a surprising turn of events, she and Artoria were invited to Camelot, home of King Arthur in proper human history, and location of the evil castle in Fairy Britain, by High Queen Morgan herself. The very Morgan who possesses Rongominiad, a powerful spell that could be used to fight the foreign god, and one of our main objectives in coming to this Lostbelt in the first place. Now Sarah, Da Vinci, Artoria, Gareth, Muramasa, and, Habby Cat have accepted Morgan's invitation and are setting out for Camelot first thing tomorrow. And that's all she wrote. Now, do you all feel sufficiently caught up? Yay! Yeah, story time! Yeah, we got most of that, thanks. Okay, we're gonna head back to our posts now. Sounds like things are pretty crazy out there again. I hope Mashu is okay. Not to worry, Da Vinci's report was quite upbeat, so if nothing else, we can be certain that Mashu is safe. The real problem is this water mirror spell of Morgan's. According to the data enclosed along with the report, it would seem that... So those dark clouds over the city of Norwich weren't a calamity pool, but one of Morgan's spells. It's hard to believe she was able to remotely control such a powerful spell from over 100 kilometers away. Between this water mirror and Rongominiad, it's clear she's a powerful enemy on par with any of the other Lostbelt kings we've seen. I'm doing okay, Dawson. Thank you for asking. Being able to stream like this with you guys is a huge help. I'm afraid I don't know much about Morgan's legend. Could I ask you to fill me in? I only know her story from proper human history, but if you'll settle for that, then sure. Alright, let's start with her general background. According to British myth, she is the good fairy of the lake. And in the legend of King Arthur, she's depicted as an evil witch bent on destroying him. Why not use facecam? Aw, I appreciate that very much. But I like my avatar more, I guess. I would rather be an anime character. It's so much fun to be a VTuber. Morgan was the child of the Duke of Tintagel and Lady Igraine, and later became King Arthur's half-sister after her mother married King Uther. But despite their family's ties, she grew jealous of him and began plotting all sorts of wickedness to make his life miserable. Some of her more notable misdeeds include stealing the sacred sword scabbard. That's us. Dude, check out the number of S's. Stealing the sacred sword scabbard and seducing Lancelot. But the worst thing she did was trick King Arthur into impregnating her with Mordred. I'm glad they finally used the word impregnate. Because, yeah, they were very tiptoey around this process. Although he is talking about, like, the male version of the myth. Are you saying demand to stare at an androgynous anime? Yes, definitely. Who she later sent to join the Round Table. There were a lot of factors leading to the downfall of King Arthur's kingdom, but Morgan's definitely the one who tipped it over the edge. I would not consider the ultimate ones gods, necessarily. They're a different type of thing, whereas gods are normally built from human worship and mystery. You could maybe even argue that an archetype, a type, might even be stronger than a god. But it's not like we have a lot of combat data. Paradoxically, there are also some who believe another side of Morgan was devoted to protecting King Arthur. Those theories claim that Morgan and Vivienne, the Lady of the Lake, who gave King Arthur the sacred sword and protected him in death, are in fact the same person. Sounds like her lust for power led her to become a femme fatale who ruined an entire nation. So that's the Magecraft world's consensus on her? There must be more to her story than what's commonly known. Indeed there is. I went through our database myself after receiving our technical advisor's first report. There was one bombshell right out of the gate, and it relates to her birth. It turns out Morgan was not actually the Duke of Tintagel's daughter. That was only a pretense. She was actually the child of Lady Igraine and King Uther, the rightful king of Britain. What is this? This will be the last game I buy from this company? Oh, Fate Samurai Remnant. Why is it the last? I mean, I've got to say, if I can get it on PS5, and it's not censored on that in any way, I'm probably gonna do it, because, let's be real here though, 4K, 60 FPS, that kind of stuff, the Switch can't do it yet. I really wish the Switch could pull that off. Why not get it on PC? Well, I like playing on my couch, and I don't want to move my whole PC setup into a different room. Although, you know, if it's a good enough game, I could buy it on both platforms. It's not the biggest deal. Well, Sony never censored Fate Extella or Fate Extella Link, for example. More stunning still, Morgan was never human. Instead, she was a fey child, an offspring of the Isle of Britain, just like Vortigern, the cowardly king. But apparently, Morgan kept that fact secret and pretended to be merely a normal human child. So, nature bore her, but she still popped out of Igraine's womb? That's kind of intense, yeah? I mean, no one would suspect you if you take that particular route. The Steam Deck? Hell no, I don't want to play it portably. Plus there's compatibility issues, I hear. Still, with King Uther as her father, and in the absence of a rightful heir, she would have been next in line for the throne. But then a rightful heir did appear. Once Artoria, King Arthur, was accepted by the Sacred Sword and unified the Lords of Britain under her leadership, Morgan stopped hiding her mystics, that is, the power of her fey nature, and started poisoning Camelot every chance she could. She told herself, Artoria is nothing more than a human king, made so by other humans. I am Britain's true king. I alone deserve to inherit its mystics. This conviction of hers grew to the point that she eventually came to despise her father, King Uther, her sister Artoria, and every human who refused to obey her. It was a major factor in her decision to try to destroy Britain. Did you have sexual relations with your wife? Yeah. But that's about as much detail as you're gonna get. That stuff's private. Why did King Arthur's once noble older sister Morgan become Camelot's greatest enemy in her later years? Apparently that's the answer. Yep. Even after she had settled in as the Queen of Orkney, she still plotted Camelot's downfall from afar. 4 of the Knights of the Round Table, Gawain, Gaheris, Gareth, and Agravain, were Morgan's children. Dude, she had many suitors, I suppose, going after her seed. That's crazy, man. Morgan be popping them babies out. Mordred was, well, I don't know if I should say this without them here, but some experts think they were actually homunculus Morgan created, or maybe a clone of King Arthur. Particulars like that aside, it sounded pretty clear that she was an enemy of King Arthur, and a witch who tried to destroy all of Britain. So what about the supposed side of her that was focused on keeping King Arthur safe? An excellent question, Captain. There are numerous Arthurian legends, and each of them describes Morgan differently, which makes it fucking confusing. Our claims was that she was King Arthur's noble sister, another claims she was the Lady of the Lake, yet another claims she had been a goddess of Britain since ancient times. Needless to say, each claim would seem to rule the others out as a possibility. Common sense would dictate that one of these theories is correct, and the others refer to someone else entirely. But I believe they are, in fact, all true, and that Morgan was possessed of 3 aspects. Given that she was born under supernatural circumstances, I surmise that her human side, her fairy side, and the part of her that was Britain's own avatar all existed simultaneously. But as these parts of herself are essentially irreconcilable within a single entity, I suspect each of these aspects became an independent being. So we're talking about 3, huh? One was her human side, Artoria's kind older sister, Morgan. Another was her fairy side, Vivian, the Lady of the Lake. And the third was the avatar of Britain, Morgan Le Fay. If we assume that to be the case, everything makes sense. The Knights of the Round Table then did not bring her to justice because she was both good and evil. Oh, because she was both evil and good. There we go. Now I see. Okay, I'm convinced. Are they multiple personalities, or are they all three walking around, you know? It'd be kind of weird if Artoria walked up to Morgan and is like, wait, you're my sister, you're the Lady of the Lake? What the hell? Give me my sword. What are you doing? And then, like, the next day, she's like, I'm evil, I'm gonna steal it. She's just like, what are you doing, Morgan? I'm so confused! But hang on. Isn't Vivian another name for Nimue? The fairy who imprisoned Merlin? Yes, it is. Morgan is both King Arthur's rival and Merlin's greatest enemy. Though Merlin was the one who taught Vivian magecraft, her infatuation with him eventually led her to despising him, and ultimately sealing him away. To do so, she employed a great bounded field in the form of a sarcophagus spell, inscribed with the words, "Only those free of sin may pass." As an incubus, not even Merlin could escape it. It was a spell from the Age of Gods known as Garden, which could only be used by the avatar of a mystic. Well, it's still unclear how much this Lostbelt's Morgan has in common with Morgan from proper human history. It would seem prudent to assume that she has more weapons at her disposal than Rungominiad alone. First it's the Lion King and Jerusalem, now it's Morgan and Fairy Britain, huh? I swear, why are we getting mixed up with the Arthurian legends? I mean, I can understand it in this case since we're in Britain now and all, but still... I mean, what are we gonna do if Albion shows up next? I don't think even the Stormborder would have a chance. Albion? That is what the Isle was known as in ancient times, before it became called, Britain. Though, of course, that name also refers to something else in the magecraft world. There, it refers to the last pure-blooded dragon, Albion. An extinct phantasmal who remained on the Isle of Britain, even as the Age of Gods came to an end. The creatures we call dragons today are simply animals who happen to acquire some of the dragon genes left behind by the dragon kin, who went over to the reverse side of the world, and ended up adopting the dragon's way of life while preserving their own. With the exception of Albion's corpse, not a single pure-blooded dragon is left on this entire planet. Yes, that is why they say, that is what they say in the clock tower, isn't it? Quite a romantic notion, that. But that is all it is, and Albion is but one in a long list of fairy tales. More importantly, it's been 28 days since we began this mission. Thanks to the concentrated fruit essences our technical advisor has been sending along with her reports, we now have magical energy to spare, which would let us remain here past our initial 50-day estimate. Perhaps we should advise them to stop by the border? True, maybe we should. Ideally, I was hoping to complete this mission within 30 days, but that's clearly not going to happen. That said, we still don't know exactly when the collapse is going to begin, so we shouldn't be too quick to change our time limit. If we stick to our initial plan, we still have 17 days left to complete the mission. Do you think Sarah's team can pull it off in that time frame, Holmes? Well, according to Da Vinci's report, it would seem the circumstances are nearly all in place. If their meeting with the High Queen Morgan ends peacefully, and she proves willing to share information about Rungominiad with them, they can then devote the rest of their time to investigating the collapse. And if it doesn't end peacefully, now that Chaldea has thrown their lot in with the Child of Prophecy, war is all but inevitable. We already know the extent of Fairy Britain's military power. If Artoria is able to complete her pilgrimage and muster a significant anti-Queen force, the battle for Camelot will be decided in a single day. That's optimistic. I suspect that battle will take place in 16 days at the earliest, just barely within our deadline. How can you tell, bro? What do you think of Albion? Will we ever see him? Yes and no. I think we'll see aspects of Albion. I think so, based on spoilers. But yeah, it is a spoiler to say so, what I've seen and what I know. What I know is probably not complete, but it's something. To Camelot! Avalon the Fae. Camelot. Well, I only have NP1 Morgan, and I was kind of underwhelmed by what she pulled out. I can hear people singing the Child of Prophecy song in the streets. I shall speak now of a future, of the end of the Isle of Mystics, which came to be known as Fairyland. Let the innocent return. Here stands the Queen's unknowable castle. It falls like rain, like ash. It vanishes like snow, like lies. Our desires languish, deferred. Even now we dance in the palm of the Queen's hand. We require now only a little more patience. After 2,000 years, the dawn shall bring the child who will be our salvation. She shall be the child who saves the world, who binds both peoples together. Even if her light begins as but an ember, even should no one see it, she will become as a flame to draw moths. A city of iron, a sea of soot. When the calamity recedes, her pilgrimage begins. Chosen by the staff of selection, the savior, guarded by travelers from afar, shall reach the throne. The true king shall arrive at the throne, except now this bloodied crown. Ring, ring, like raging thunder, like weeping flame. Let us hearken to the 6 bells ringing. Blaze the path of the true king. Ere the red calamity catches us, ere the black calamity devours us. Indolent and derelict though we may be, we are the scions of the free fae. Never have we wished for anything, but still we desire a shining future. Catch you later, darkest god. There's no mention of Norwich being destroyed in that song. So why did Oberon say there was nothing anyone could do to stop its destruction? I wonder, does he know of this song? Does he know more of this song than everyone else? Quite possibly, yes. I do, as a matter of fact. The prophecy actually has 18 verses in total. Most fairies are only familiar with the 14 we just heard, but there are actually 4 more. I knew it! Why didn't you tell us this sooner, Oberon? I just forgot to mention it, okay? I'm sorry. Can we please drop it? Liar. I'm guessing you had a reason you couldn't tell us? In retrospect, maybe I was being a little overprotective. Sorry about that. Alright, I'll tell you. These are the other 4 verses of the prophecy, at least as I heard them. Verse 8.5, the harbor shall return to empty shore, but the calamity shall vanish into the distant sky. Verse 9.5, the round fortress shall burn, and the bell of the water shall appear. Verse 10.5, confessed sinners shall make the acquaintance of the guillotine. Verse 12.5, having fulfilled her role, the child of prophecy shall say farewell to her home. As you can see, these verses are a lot more ominous. That and the fact that they're not very precise for a prophecy might be why they were excised. Case in point, verse 8.5, the harbor shall return to the empty shore, but the calamity shall vanish into the distant sky. The harbor is obviously Norwich, and the empty shore part must mean the city was going to be wiped off the coast. So I was steeling myself to lose Norwich, even if we were able to repel the calamity, but, well, Norwich didn't fall. Is it because another child of prophecy has appeared? Could be. This basically proves that not even Einsel's prophecies are perfect, especially for these 4 verses. So I've decided I'm just not going to worry about them anymore. You may get disconnected from the stream. Yes, I will put up the VOD tonight, so thank you for your interest. Hopefully it doesn't come to that, but who knows? Now, on a more important note, you guys need to get going soon. Between Artoria, Gareth, Muramasa, and Habitrot, I think you should all be safe without me. So I hope you don't mind if I go off on my own again. More information gathering? Partly, yes. But I also really just want to give Spriggan his comeuppance. Spriggan. So I thought I'd stay here and work with the Count to knock him down a peg or 2 dozen until he hits rock bottom. Besides, we could have been reunited with Mashu much sooner if he hadn't insisted on keeping the Child of Prophecy in his castle. Don't you think he deserves at least a little punishment for that? I'd say he deserves a lot. String him up by his scrotum! Display him in public for people to throw rocks as he dangles. Just leave it to me. Bloodshed may not be the Fairy King style, but I can definitely bleed him dry financially. I guess you would know about that, wouldn't you? Before we leave, there's something I want to let you all know. Let me guess, Oberon's going off on his own again, right? I had a feeling he might. Gotcha. Well, I guess we don't all have to stick together all the time. And it's not like he's much help in combat. I'm sure Oberon will be fine on his own, but how come Redra isn't here either? He's staying behind too. Technically, he's still Aurora's retainer, after all. And it wouldn't be good for her if he were seen with us right now. So I'm gonna have him stay here with Oberon. Sorry. And bring the carriage if we need it. I see, that makes sense. But, you there, the pink fairy, Habitrot, right? Are you coming with us too? I mean, the way to Camelot is probably pretty dangerous, so... Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. Just think of me as a spectator along for the ride. In fact, you should probably be more worried about yourself than me, Gareth. I'm the irreplaceable healer every party needs in combat. And I'm probably stronger than you, too. Don't worry, Sarah. I'm not gonna let you die before you and Mashu are reunited. So feel free to wade into battle all you like. As long as you don't die, I can patch you up with my magical needle no matter what horrific injuries you sustain. That's nifty. I mean, I'm not a puppet. It's better than amputating. Nightingale? Now that's a nice fairy name. So you already know a nurse as cute as me, huh? What was that? Oh. Arita is sharing me a video. Hopefully it's not significant. Let me see. Okay, it's a cute pupper being cute. Alright. I'll have to check that out later. Quiet, everyone. Here come the Queen's troops from the main gate. I apologize for our 10-minute delay. I am Tanlim Gawain, and these are 30 members of the 1st Royal Knight Moor's Extermination Brigade. Yippee! We are the ones who will be providing you, honored guests of Camelot, with safe passage. Oh. Arigato gozaimasu. We would appreciate your cooperation as well. Being aware that you're being escorted can make life much easier for the soldiers escorting you, after all. We have readied a carriage for the Child of Prophecy and the foreign mage. Your retainers will need to walk. I trust that is all right. You. You're that scoundrel who tried to assassinate the High Queen. How are you still alive? I saw you fall into the pit. Oh, that? Yeah, Lancelot handed me my ass and tossed me right into the pit. But unfortunately for you, I managed to survive. And now I'm the Child of Prophecy's bodyguard. Will I ever watch Hell's Paradise? If I were to watch Hell's Paradise, it would be for that cleavage ninja. I think you all know who I'm talking about. She looks adorable. And if she were like the main character, I would be very, very enthralled. Yeah. Still doesn't have anything compared to Heavenly Delusion. That is my anime of this season, definitely. It has all the makings of an absolutely legendary anime, as long as they don't fumble it, like they did for, say, you know, Promised Neverland's anime. The most recent episode is crazy. But unfortunately for you, I managed to survive, and now I'm the Child of Prophecy's bodyguard. Next time you see Lancelot, tell her not to take her eyes off a servant until their spirit origin's completely gone. You gotta go for the double tap. You just do. What should we do, Lady Gawain? Are we really okay letting this man back into Camelot? What if he tries to assassinate the Queen again? It's alright. If he does, he won't have the element of surprise anymore. I can take him myself. Especially now that the Queen has assured me not to worry if combat damages or destroys the castle. Yeah? Hey, that's great. You barely fit in the place anyway. Should help you move around better. Next time we fight, I'd rather it just be head-to-head, without either of us holding anything back. I guess the Child of Prophecy has something of an eye for talent, after all. Hello, Ari-chan. However, much her other retainers suggest otherwise. Oh, however much. Fine. You there. Make room in one of the carts for our guests. The servants can ride with the foreign mage. Treating those two as honored guests, at least until we reach the castle, will help us all move faster. Oh! Yes, my lady, right away! We'll be taking the western road to Camelot, and spend one night at Oxford along the way. We'll then take a detour around the pit towards Camelot. For the next 2 days, our fates shall be intertwined. We will not turn our swords on each other, regardless of what may happen. Do you all agree to that, foreign mage? Mochiron! If you like Booba Ninja, there's a VR game in development that's loaded with them. Interesting. I'm not as excited about it being a VR game, but if it's a good game, it's a good game. Good, then let us be off. Soldiers, do not let your guard down simply because this is an escort mission. These are usually the more annoying quests in a game, so be mindful. The Calamity's destruction has led to Moor's toxin spreading far and wide across Britain. Eliminate any Moors you come across immediately upon discovery. I don't want to hear even a peep of discomfort from our guests. A Morgan altar? Probably just sounds like another of her personalities, yeah? Hopefully that whole thing clarified. I want to know, with clear determination and understanding, what is up with proper human history Morgan by the end of this Lostbelt. That's what I want to know. Are there literally 3 Morgans running around? Is it one Morgan with multiple personalities? What the hell is up? And how does Artoria not just, like, stare at Morgan and be like, sis, why are you at the lake, and at the castle, and over here, and why are all these people your kids? You get around, lady. And then stupid Merlin taught her magecraft, and then she's like, oh, she's using that same magecraft to ruin Artoria's life. Well, Well, that's a relief. This carriage rides just as smooth as Retrobits. Oh, we got the bad aspect ratio again. Dawson, that ninja is my waifu in Hell's Paradise, yes. I mean, according to, Sir Kay's testimony in the Garden of Avalon, he mentions Morgan starting off fine, but going witch over time. So it's probably that her personality evolved and corrupted over time, starting off as the kindly sister of sorts, to getting more and more resentful and whatnot. We do know that Morgan eventually goes on to actually preserve Artoria's corpse and plan for her resurrection by inheriting, giving ad to the people of the Blackmoor Cemetery. So it's very, very strange. By the way, Sarah, are you really ready for this? To meet the Queen, you mean? Well, yeah, what else? Oh man, you're not ruffled at all, are you? Sorry. You're not ruffled at all, are you? The other thing about Morgan, what they just said, is that Morgan is a fairy and a human, or there's a human side, but Morgan popped out of Igraine. She was birthed by Britain itself, but she came out of Igraine's womb. Right? Like, literally, physically? That would make the most sense, right? And I guess Igraine just wasn't aware that the child was not just hers, but also Britain's whole child, too. I bet you've already been through lots of meetings like this, huh? It's not that, Artoria. Sarah's just as nervous as you are. She's just had enough experience with situations like this to understand the value of staying calm. She has awesome skin magic? Interesting. Masters need to give orders. Oh, give orders to and watch out for their servants, after all. So while Sarah might not be able to fight on the front lines herself, she's very good at keeping cool under pressure. Really? So you've met a lot of other kings, then? And some goddesses, too. So you'd think I'd be used to this sort of thing by now, but nope, not even close. By the way, I heard something interesting about Tam Lynn Gawain back in Norwich. Apparently, she was the first fairy to be made a Tam Lynn during the era of the High Queen. About 200 years ago, during the 1800 of the era of the High Queen, there was a huge outbreak of caterpillar moors in central Britain. That calamity later came to be known as the Caterpillar War, and it was Gawain who put a stop to it. So while it might not have been like the calamity we got rid of in Norwich, she still resolved the calamity just like Artoria did, and that's what led to the Queen recognizing their skill. Crazy, crazy. Nothing, but Gawain could, nothing Gawain could do would surprise me, or make me respect her. Hey, she almost said Barghest. You know a little more than you're letting on, don't you? That said, I guess this means Morgan's not the only fairy to have dispelled a calamity then. Guess this means I'm even less special than I thought. Oh man, now I'm even more nervous now. Oh crap, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you more nervous. And hey, from what I heard, the Caterpillar War wasn't all that big of a calamity. I mean, the one in Norwich is a one-in-a-millennium great calamity, so it had to be smaller than that. Don't forget, we saved an entire city. You have every right to be proud about that, even though you weren't, like, there. Yeah, you're right. I mean, Mashu and Sarah might have done most of the heavy lifting. But I definitely still contributed. And when it comes to defeating Moors, I can hold my own against any Tamlet. More smoke spotted nearby, incoming from 3, 7, and 11 o'clock. Lightning soldiers, prepare your mystic codes. Guards, get into your formations. Yeah, I don't know what's with the black bars. The aspect ratio is off. Let's show Gawain what we can really do. Right, I'm gonna make her see me in a new light. If you're out here, I assume you have no intention of sitting back and letting us do all the fighting. Very well, I would welcome your aid. There are a lot of Moors here, and I would prefer to avoid casualties. Follow me, Child of Prophecy, Foreign Mage. Make sure you stay close to me. Yes, ma'am! How close? Can I be, like, right up in your ass? 'Cause that's the goal. Alrighty, let me see here. Formations restricted. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Whatever happened to the... I'm assuming that's because I can't bring another... No, really? Yeah, I guess nobody's allowing Artoria. Well, let me just grab you. Yeah, we have to use the guest one. Alright, fine. Wait, who else is there? Oh, Vargas, right. We got some Musash. I want to throw Canis in my party. Not because we need a Canis, but because I want Canis to get some background bond points while we do all this shit. Question is, where is she? There she is. Because I want to get her interlude, and I haven't done it yet. Watch out for Barghest tights. I'll do a lore on Barghest eventually. Then I'll bring my Mashu. If I can find her. Seems good to me. We got some goody buffs.
A waiver!
Showtime! Kengu Batou! Did you roll for Percival? No. I would have done it for Melusine before that. Excuse me, I need to test something real quick or change a setting. I'll be right back. Bum 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 bum. There we go. That'll be cool. Which of the Fairy Knights is your favorite? Probably the Lancelot one, but yeah. Ready to rip out your horn? It's not going to be very comfy. I'm definitely not rolling for Oberon. Hell no. Is Koyanskaya that coming up that soon? Woof. Mid to early July, huh? God, I just realized it's the 20th of June. This month has gone by pretty fast. Like, abnormally so. Yeah, I guess that would have made them stepsisters. I think that logic does make sense. If we went by that initial logic, but knowing that literally she did pop out of, what's her face? Igraine, yeah. Well, which Koyanskaya? Because they come out in different waves, right? I guess the first one is Koyanskaya of Light? I don't know. I'll have to check it later, that video, Dawson. Damn, yeah, that's a lot of time in between.
Oh, not again! God damn it! Stop it! Oh, no! Not again! No!
Chompy chomp. God damn it. So much for no casualties, huh? There are still 10 large Moors to contend with. No, more are still coming. We can't handle this many! Those of you without iron weaponry, stand back. Do not engage. Just lure them out to one spot so I can burn them all at once. We're trying, but these Moors aren't falling for the decoy. It's almost like they're here for something else this time. Something else? Could it be they're after the child of prophecy? Hello. Oh, you got her back. You. No need to thank me. We're all fighting the same battle here. I wouldn't do it on the stream, but I can maybe look at it later. Now, what are you gonna do about this? Any seasoned general like you ought to know when it's time to retreat. Hate to admit it, but he's right. I could either abandon the carts and have my soldiers retreat, or I could have the guests go on ahead. No, I am a Tan Lin. Retreating from the Moors is not an option. But they refuse to cluster in any one spot, so they're clearly being wary of my Galatine. They just destroyed the rearmost cart. What do we do, Happy Cat? Oh man, what good's having a Tamlin around if we still have to fight ourselves? Ugh. She sucks at this. Why would you give massive amounts of literally unbridled firepower to someone who's already crap at holding back? Oh well, what's done is done. No use complaining about it now. I mean, she has more restraint than frickin' NTR Lion. I may not much like fighting, but walking all the way to Camelot would be worse. Come on, Gareth, let's go take out the little Moors and leave the big ones to the Tamlin. Okay, I'll do my best. I've gotten more used to fighting Moors, so... Happy Cat? Are you seeing this blue streak of light? It's heading straight for us from Camelot. Huh? It's the same light I saw at Sheffield. Here comes Lancelot. Barghest is good on her second ascension. You mean visually? Forget eliminating all of them. Retreat! Run away! Keep the carriage in the first cart and abandon the rest. Blue streak speeds by. Lancelot the Tamlin. Too fast for the naked eye. Very night Tamlin. Melusine, she can really move. Melusine, she's got attitude. Melusine, she's the fastest fairy alive. I've always liked that song. I'll keep the Moors occupied until... Her Desua line? Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. What are you doing here, Lancelot? I didn't ask for your help. I don't think you need my help either, but the High Queen commanded me to come. Hostiles detected. Eliminating. Stand back, Gawain. Taking out individual targets is my area. Okie dokie. Oh. So this is like a demo. Show me your strength, Lancelot. Well, they're giving us free access to a noble phantasm. Might as well use it. Wait, you're saying her skill changes her NP? Oh, I didn't read that. Her animations are cool. Alright, let's see here. Oh, her third skill's gone. Oh wait, no, she only has 2 skills. Okay, so when she has a third skill, that would change her Noble Phantasm. Alrighty. Makes sense. If you were forced to play a Western fantasy RPG, which would you play? Maybe The Witcher? I'm not sure. I'd have to give it more thought. If you're going specifically with fantasy. Whoa, she just flew in there out of nowhere and utterly destroyed them. Yay! All Moors have been destroyed! Brilliant work, Lady Lancelot. So this is what they mean when they call you the undefeated dragon fairy, the most beautiful Tamlin in all of Britain. I still can't believe you took out so many of those large Moors so easily. There. I eliminated the Moors, just like the High Queen told me to. I'll let you handle the escort from here, Gawain. For you, it was the greatest day of your insignificant lives. But for me, it was Tuesday. It does sound like a jousting fanatic. Yeah, I saw it about episode 7, Dawson. As if you were even capable of handling an escort mission. Don't just stand there, you fools. Start fixing the wrecked cart. If this is the best you lot can do on the first day of this mission, I shudder to think of how you'll fare in the days ahead. And you can forget about resting in Oxford. I want a report from each and every one of you later on how this situation could have been prevented. Yes, milady. My deepest apologies, Lady Gawain. Pathetic. I would have thought all of you together would be able to defeat at least 1 or 2 of the large Moors. I suppose this just goes to show how overly reliant you've become on us Tamlin. Seems I'll have to start re-educating the fairy soldiers like I'm doing with the humans. Have I seen the One Piece live-action trailer? Yes, I have. I mean, I'm not going to watch the show, especially because Netflix is pulling that crap again, where it's like, oh, you can't actually watch unless you get your own Netflix, because, like, we did a family sharing thing, and they're trying to kick us off. It's like, I can afford it, but not for your library. It's not worth it. And then, yeah, One Piece, I think it looks better than Death Note and better than Bebop. That's not saying much, but I do think it does look better in that one regard. It seems I'll need to start right. Oh, my apologies. I appreciate your help. Sorry again, I never did ask your name, did I? I wasn't authorized to do so. But now that you have aided us in a dangerous predicament, that is no excuse. I am Gawain. What is your name, foreign mage? I'm Sarah. Well met, Sarah. I appreciate your obvious hostility towards me. You got spirit, I like that, since we'll be enemies later. Alright, let's get this escort mission back on track. Oh, and I'd advise you to watch what you say in the carriage. I could easily overhear you depending on which way the wind is blowing. Well, that's nice. Did you hear me talking about your tits? Be like, oh man, that's what I want to sleep on tonight. Pillows of the goddess. Man, I thought we were going to put up in a nice inn at Oxford. I can't believe we're camping out again. Hey, Orion Perez. Oh, almost forgot. Axe has an FGO panel on the 2nd. Oh, Anime Expo, yes. And then in-game anniversary right up for Koyanskaya starts on the 3rd of July. Yep. It looks like for people who are going to Anime Expo, it's going to be a good one. I am not attending because it's lots of money. I don't got that money. Yeah. But, yeah, Anime Expo gets all the cool stuff. So cool. Have I read the Tokyo Ghoul manga? No, and it's not on my priority list. I'm sorry you don't have enough to share with the royal guards, but I say we have the cakes the Count gave us now. Oh, it looks like mine's called a cheesecake. What's yours called, Artoria? Mine says Swiss roll. Oh wow, it's shaped like a log. This should make it much easier to eat. That's so thoughtful of the Count. You proper human history people are all so considerate. Not sure I'd agree, but yeah, why not? Sweet yam yokan? How the hell did he manage to make this here? Some tea would go real nice with this. I think I'll go down to the river and fetch some water. What was this called again? Chiffon cake? So this is what happiness itself tastes like. I had no idea they had so many kinds of sweets these days. Hey, Steven. Netflix, DN. Death Note had potential, but not as a film. I mean, I would like to see an American take on the Death Note story, but what this was really cringe and silly. I don't know, yeah. The idea was kind of cool. You know, what would it be like if someone other than Light had gotten the Death Note? You know what I mean? That's what it should have been. But instead it was like this weird retreading of certain things that were in Death Note and then like butchering others. It's like, sometimes stories are just better when you tell new stories and quit paving over the old ones. Oh yeah, it seems even Fairy Britain has been developing a bunch of cake recipes. Back in Salisbury, I heard about Woodwose's restaurant chain in the south, and Edinburgh's gourmet desserts in the north. But it sounds like cheesecake's the other kind that never caught on. I wonder why. Really? But it's so yummy. It does make me a little thirsty, though. It's because a big shot up north absolutely despises cheesecake. She always says cheese has no place in dessert, and that it has to be chocolate or nothing. Though of course, for fairies from the south like me, chocolate is such a luxury, I don't even know what it tastes like. It costs so many more pounds that low-level fairies can basically never afford it. #1 fan, well, thank you, Dawson. I appreciate it very much. What is it, Sarah? I'm gonna go make a little peace offering. Oh. Just don't give the dog chocolate. That'd be bad, okay? Do you have a custom of eating sweets after a meal here? Huh? I don't usually care for sweets. If I'm gonna eat something cooked, I'd rather have meat. Steak! Steak, steak! So no, I won't accept that. But I can see you have something to discuss. Go on then, have a seat. Wait, what the hell's going on, Ezra? Ten-episode series, huh? I don't know, maybe. So many things are series these days, and I'm just kind of sick of it. So I don't know. I don't know if I fully agree, but I guess we'd have to see it. You want me to talk about Lancelot, right? Very well then, ask me anything you wish to. Actually, I wanted to ask about you. Hmm? I see. You're trying to figure out my true name. Your true name is redacted! I told you already, it's redacted! Pointless, but I can at least respect your willingness to try anything you can. Come to think of it, I still haven't properly thanked you for your help earlier today, have I? Come, sit. If you wish to talk, I can indulge you for a short while. I manifested in Britain 400 years ago. I was meant to be the next generation, the successor of an upper-class Fang Clan fairy in Norwich. Except that I didn't look anything like my predecessor. Even though I'm a Fang Clan fairy, I was born resembling a Wind Clan one. No, if anything, I looked like a human. Some suspected I might be a changeling. Others said I was a curse from the battle against the Moors that took place 600 years ago. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. I don't know the truth, and I don't care either. I earned the honor of becoming a Tamlin when I ended the Caterpillar War. We already knew that. Up until that point, the title of Tamlin had been sealed away for all 1800 years of the High Queen's reign. In case you don't know, the Tamlin title originally belonged to the retainers of Esk. Or Ash, I don't know. Who was said to be Britain's savior in the Fey era. The first Tamlin was called... I'm sorry, I actually can't remember their name. At any rate, they met their end in Orkney. After that, the Queen forbade the naming of more Tamlin. Yes, Dawson, that live stream should be fun when I do it. But she decided to revoke her own seal to exterminate the endlessly spawning caterpillars. Thus, I was gifted the name of Sir Gawain, which is said to be the name of a knight of the Round Table of a foreign land, and gained the means to strengthen my horn. You strengthen my horn. At the very least, it was far superior to the Japanese live-action death films. Oh, I don't think so. I mean, I agree that the Japanese live-action Death Notes were kind of meh. Especially the finale. But, yeah. My Galatine, I believe you call it a noble phantasm. While I'm confident is every bit the equal of Sir Gawain's original, I'm just as confident that I can't hold a candle to the real Sir Gawain, the Knight of the Round Table from proper human history. Wait, did she say she can? No, she can't. Okay. Huh. I didn't think she'd have so much respect for the knights. I see, Ezra. But never mind, I shouldn't be talking about the Round Table. I'm told it's creepy when I do so, for some reason. I don't know why. Why would it be creepy? Let's see, what else can we talk about? Ah, I know. Let's talk about the war against the Moors. She sure is offering a lot of volunteer information. This war took place a millennium ago. Along with one of the great calamities during the 1000th year of the era of the High Queen. Halfway point. It was a time when the Moors had a king and an army, and waged war against the High Queen and 5 of the 6 clans. Apparently this king was something of an odd duck. He never attacked fairies or killed humans. All he cared for was fire and lightning! He would gleefully destroy anything, and then only for the joy of watching it burn. He reduced cities and forests to cinders, raised the ground before him, and summoned rain clouds just to hear their thunder. Some fairies called him the Storm King, at least until the High Queen forbade anyone from speaking that name. The war against the Moors lasted for decades, until finally, the Fang clan brought it to an end. Woodwose, a fairy who had recently succeeded the previous head of the Fang clan at the time, was the one who dealt the final blow. And so the Great Calamity, the king of the Moors who feasted on magical energy, was defeated before the Fang clan. However, it's said that with his dying breath, the king cast a curse upon the Fang clan. Kind of curse. The fairy-eating black dogs. It was only after the king of the Moors vanished that the black dogs began to roam Fairy Britain. However, they also eat Moors, so they're not just harmful. There are even some squads who train black dogs and use them in Moors hunts. Mine is one of them, in fact. Have you ever heard the epithet, the Black Dog Duchess? It refers to me. Any news on Smash or Pass Part 3? Not yet. Not quite. I'll probably make a video talking about the anime that I've watched this season first. That's kind of an important thing to prioritize, I would say. Since its release is around the corner, what are your thoughts about the Rurouni Kenshin reboot anime? I don't know. I don't think I've answered it before. I'm excited. How about that? I'm excited for the new Rurouni Kenshin. It could be really good. As long as the budget and the style stay up there, I'll probably be down for it. Like, that was my problem with Sailor Moon Crystal, is that the art just wasn't that good. I don't blame them, though. After all, I eat everything, including fairies and humans. Oh? Now you're scared of me? So you had no idea you were trying to get information out of a woman feared throughout Fairy Britain as a monster? Well, worry not, I would never eat you. I only consume the strong. I'm unusual for a fairy. What I eat makes me stronger. What doesn't taste good... No, sorry. What doesn't taste you... Jesus Christ. What doesn't taste good makes you stronger. That's what I was trying to say. It didn't work. Hellsing Ultimate is a great anime. Yeah, I know you like it. It's not on my priority list, though. And right now, I'm still full on foul weather. The great Earth Clan fairy. What, you ate the Earth Clan fairy? I needed his sacrament from the I needed his sacrament for the Caterpillar War. It was crucial. At least your food lasts a while. Yeah, Fate Samurai Remnant is coming in September in Japan. No good news exactly about when it's coming out in the West. But I'm glad it will. Ever do a video on wholesome moments in Fate? I mean, I covered a video talking about the importance of all the happy, wholesome stuff in Emiya-san Chino Kyo no Gohan, for example. So I challenged him to a duel, defeated him, and devoured him. Yeah, we were already talking about the Netflix One Piece. I'm not exactly holding my breath or anything. Would you watch a full 60 frames per second anime if it was made on a video game engine using the same animation technique as Demon Slayer? I don't know anything about Hinokami Chronicles. Oh, the video game. Sorry, that's the arena fighter, isn't it? I'd have to watch that and see how good it is, because I haven't actually looked into that game much. Well, no, the live-action Death Note, the Japanese ones, they changed a lot, too. You're right, they always changed it for the worse, but yeah. And I agree, Ryuk was the one good thing about the Netflix version. Alright, I think that's enough time spent relaxing after dinner. Go back to your camp now. Go away now. I thought you'd be more the strong and silent type, but I'm glad I was wrong. What do you think of the new Avatar live adaptation designs? Oh, Avatar. You know, I haven't watched that yet. I still need to see that trailer. But again, I don't really care what Netflix is up to these days. Have you seen the new trailer for Samurai Remnant? Yep, we sure have. It looks fun. I'm looking to see more. I can't wait to see more, basically. I would like more outfits for Musashi, and/or more characters to play as. The dream come true would be playable Ushiwakamaru. I don't know if that's even possible, but if Jeanne d'Arc is there, then I'm sure... I'm sure other characters could be. I'm used to talking with humans. In fact, my current husband is human. Really? Well, I say he's my husband, but he's neither a romantic partner nor a future meal. He's just a guest I'm putting up in my mansion while he recuperates. Still. You do remind me of him in both your lack of fear and your innocent curiosity. Alright, back to your camp now. My soldiers and I will take turns keeping watch. Don't stay up too late. We'll be setting out early tomorrow morning. It should have been me! I want to be your husband. Forgive us. Forgive us. No more prayers. Close your eyes. Is it Kaduk? I mean, yeah, it probably could be. There's not much fun time left. The veil has fallen. Extinguish the light. Beryl? No, Beryl's fucking around in his little torture chamber area to the south, I think. Today is ending. Farewell. This day, too, will end forever. You keep contradicting yourself. Forgive us, forgive us, forgive us our sins. It's too late to do anything now, but make sure everything is cleaned up. Oh, it could be Percival, but I thought he was busy leading an army against her, of all people. It's that song again. Giant hole! 2 days after leaving Norwich, day 30 in Fairy Britain. So that's Fairy Britain's Camelot. I've never seen it from the other side of the pit before. It's definitely impressive, isn't it? So that part we were seeing from Oxford must have only been the back of the castle. I thought it looked more like a wall than a castle, but now it looks more properly royal. It's got one urban area around the main gate, and another one inside the ramparts. I'm guessing that's to separate the general populace from the upper crust. Don't let the gate fool you. The side facing the pit is actually the castle's front. Really? So that big fancy gate is actually the back gate? Well, I prefer going through the rear anyway. Oh, no, that's the main gate. Sorry for confusing you, Gareth. Aw, there's no way into the castle from the pit. You've got to go through the gate to get inside. What about fairies who can fly? Couldn't they just zip inside? Nah, it ain't that simple. I would know, I infiltrated the place. There's a magecraft barrier around the front of the castle, the side facing the pit. If you ever fall in there yourself, you'll see there's a ton of gun ports all along Camelot's walls. And you don't usually put cannons behind a castle, right? So, we can be pretty sure that's the side facing the pit, that's the front. So, Morgan's not worried about an attack from the main gate, then? Sarah! Sarah! Gawain's glaring at something up north. Whatever it is, she's obviously upset about it. Your friend's now, right? Go on, ask her what it is. I wouldn't. Wait, who are we supposed to be friends with? Oh, Gawain. Okay. Yeah, let's go talk to her. What is it, Sarah? Are you suddenly having second thoughts about entering Camelot? It's not that? You're wondering what's got me so upset? Can't you see for yourself? That's Knocknarea's army up north. Knocknarea? Where? I don't see her anywhere. Ah, right, you're too short, aren't you? What a shame. Shorty. Well, no matter, it's none of your concern anyway. Are you kidding? Of course it is! Muramasa, can you build us a watchtower or something? Anything that'll let me and Sarah see what's going on. Whoa there, hang on. Before you go to all that trouble, how about using one of my handy-dandy gadgets first? Here, a spyglass. This'll let you see at least as far as Gawain can. Now take a look at those plains up north and you'll see some really intense glares pointed this way. Hmm? You gonna show me? I wanna know. Can you show me? Something's familiar about these Knock-No-Reyes. Xenoblade 2... Yeah. I want Xenoblade Chronicles X to be developed further. Oh wow, I can see super far with this. Thanks, Da Vinci. Try turning the dial on the side. It's set to 5 kilometers right now. But if you can crank it to the 4th notch, you can set it to 20 kilometers. There, see them? There's a ton of fairies gathered in those plains. No, I don't see them. That must be the Northern Army of the other queen we've been hearing so much about, Knock-No-Rhea of the King Clan. That's her army? It's not just Fang and Earth Clan fairies. There are also lots of soldiers with masks. Are those giants? There are giants there. That's right, Knock-No-Rhea's rule bestows power and wealth upon any who swear fealty to her. It's the opposite of Gloucester and Murrian. However, that effect only works when Knock-No-Rhea herself is nearby. I see. So if she wants her troops to be effective, she can't be far from them. Go on, Sarah. Try looking a little further ahead. See that huge carriage? The one that kind of looks like a small fortress? There's a fairy standing on top of it looking down at us from up here. From up there. And even though this is your first time seeing her, I think you'll agree that there's no mistaking who this Northern Queen is. Let me see. I see a crotch. Is it a delightful crotch? Oh, mama. Oh. Okay. Well, that's definitely a very Celtic bodysuit. Except that just sounds like they made that shit up. Is there really anything Celtic about that at all? Other than the fact that Ku and Skahak wear it? Whoa, that's Maeve, the Queen of Connacht. Right? She looks just like Maeve, doesn't she? Her taste in clothes is a little... okay, a lot different, though. A lot more tame, honestly. Huh, that's weird. She's staring straight at Artoria. When I came to Camelot, I didn't think I'd be seeing a lot of camel toe. Oh! Yeah, I read your thing, Steven. I guess I'm just kind of talked out of Death Note at this point. It's more like she's looking down at her? Mad at her? She definitely looks ticked off. How many rolls did you do to get the person you wanted last time? Too many. Way too many. I don't know how many rolls that was. It was like 700 quartz. 20 kilometers away or not, I can't believe she's brought her troops all the way out here. Isn't this obviously a hostile act towards Queen Morgan? Knock-No-Rhea and her forces are still just within her territory. She claims she's only running military exercises in preparation for the Great Calamity. 10 days ago, she was conducting those exercises 40 kilometers away. Now that Sheffield has fallen, she's closed the distance and come further down south. She must have 30,000 troops there. That's not just a threat. It's preparation for an all-out war. How the hell does she keep them all fed? Oh right, fairies don't need to eat. No, we don't. Unlike humans, that's one of Knock-No-Rhea's army's defining characteristics. She despises humans, and won't even use them in battle against Moors. Yeah, you say Medib or whatever, as Maeve. Maeve. She envisions a Britain run by and 4 fairies alone, with her as its sole monarch. A Britain just for fairies, with her as its sole monarch. Which game was that, Dawson? That said, she won't be sending her troops any further. She has no definitive reason to challenge the High Queen, nor much chance of success if she were to try. The Northern Fairies have been incited to rebellion against the High Queen several times before. Each time they find themselves retreating north with their tails tucked firmly between their legs. This time will be no different. Alright, that's enough idle chatter. Let's go. We're about to pass through the main gate. From now on, I suggest you remain sharper than ever. Why? Well, because it's Morgan, Mommy. But yeah. So this is Camelot's castle town? It's quite tall. It's even bigger than Salisbury, and even fancier than Gloucester. You can tell only upper-class fairies live here. The mana in the air here is like nowhere else in all of Britain. And that castle keep over there must be where they keep the existence taxes, the magical energy they extract from every fairy in Britain through command spells. I've heard stories about it, but this is way beyond what I was expecting. Bleach brave souls, gotcha. No wonder they're not worried about Knock-Nerea's army out there. It has to be way beneath their notice. Trying to take Morgan on now, someone would have to be crazy to do it. I guess Boggart must have never set out from here before. If he had, he'd have never thought to rebel. Then again, maybe he knew what he was up against and decided to press on anyway. I thought I saw some writing on the main gate when we went through it. Did anyone else see that, or happen to catch what it said? I did. It said, "Only those free of sin may pass," in Old English. But I also noticed it had been painted over with red, like as though someone didn't agree. This is as far as we go by carriage. The royal castle lies just ahead. Only the Child of Prophecy and the Foreign Mage have been granted audience with the High Queen. The rest of you will stay here, where you will be treated as the attendants of our honored guests. Oh, meaning what exactly? You see the Royal Hotel across the way? We have arranged for you to relax there while you wait. I'll make arrangements for you all to reconvene once the meeting is concluded. However, your name is Da Vinci, yes? You seem like an intelligent, fair servant. As a human, the Foreign Mage will surely need an advisor. You may accompany her in that role. Oh good, I was planning on tagging along regardless, but this makes things much easier. We may be on opposing sides, but I appreciate your consideration, Tamlin Gawain. Okay, Gareth, Muramasa, Abatrot, you heard the lady. You guys will have to stay here and wait for us. Don't worry, you've seen how well ordered the Queen's army is over the last 2 days. Morgan's obviously even more of a stickler for rules than we thought. The 3 of us won't be any danger, even if we face her alone. Well, congratulations, Dawson. Good rolls and the gotcha are worth celebrating. Get some water. This isn't the actual Gawain, so it doesn't really count as a heroic spirit gender bend. It's just a chick, essentially using the name and weapon. We'll be safe for at least as long as we're in Camelot, regardless of how the meeting goes. Gawain is transporting us directly to her queen. That's why. Gawain is our enemy, but she's showing us the way because her queen requested an audience with us to discuss the terms of our warfare. I'm not surprised. I did break into the castle my first time here. I didn't expect them to invite me in. Anyway, good luck in there, Artoria. Don't get so carried away you end up saying something you regret, alright? You too, Sarah. Watch your partner's back, understand? Can't say I'm not worried, but strangely I do agree that it feels like you'll be safe. Okay, well I'll be waiting for you here. Be careful, Artoria, and good luck. I'm fine with this arrangement, too. I'm not interested in Morgan anyway. I'm just here to keep an eye on things until Sarah and Mashu are reunited. Let's go! Blame Camelot, blame Camelot.
回避や無敵には回数制とターン制不当強
Do you get to the Cloud District very often? Oh, what am I saying? Of course you don't. I'll have you know there's no pussy! God, Manslayer's videos are like the funniest things ever. So this is Camelot's castle keep. The Queen's throne room!
Here.
Kneel, present. Worship, submit. Emissaries to the throne, cease your breathing. 30 ambassadors, 100 officials, close your mouths. Didn't seem like there was that many people in here. You are in the presence of High Queen Morgan, the king who expands our boundaries, and upon whose shoulders all of Britain rests. So they call her a queen and a king. That's kind of confusing. Revel in her glory. Know this, child of prophecy. Know this, foreign mage. This meeting is a sign of the High Queen's grace and amnesty. No, I do not play Skyrim. Thank you. It is so very good of you all to come, even without a formal invitation. You're very polite. My ambassadors and officials are now commanded to be silent. Until this meeting ends, or I order otherwise, the only people present permitted to speak are myself, my guests, and me, Barrel Gut, the Queen's hubby. Sorry, fancy fairies.
Hey! We don't like him!
Barrel Gut, so he really is here in Camelot. A crossover with Fate? Code Geass would make for an interesting crossover, with Geasses and Mystic Eyes and stuff. And did he say he's Morgan's husband? Hey there, Sarah and friends. Oh, hey there, Sarah and friends. I haven't seen you all since Olympus. Why the look of surprise? Hey now, don't tell me Mashu didn't tell you I'm Morgan's beau. Does this mean Queen Morgan's... Right? As a master yourself, of course you know that's where your mind goes, right, Sarah? Yep, it's true, I admit it. I'm Morgan's master. The partner of the High Queen who rules over the lands of the Fae. But that doesn't make any sense. Sure it does, and it's true. I mean, yeah, she's so far out of my league I have a hard time believing it myself, but facts are facts. Artoria, I give you permission to approach. Raise your head. Okay. I see. It appears you truly are the child of prophecy. And you must be the foreign mage. The master of Chaldea, seeking so desperately to restore what you call proper human history. Sure am. Your efforts in Norwich, though commendable, were unnecessary. Still, you did well eliminating the calamity. I will therefore reward you accordingly. Typically, I would compensate you in the currency of my realm. However, I understand the source of your magical energy is spatial magical energy, occupying values referred to as QP, which are derived by viewing magical elements as particles, correct? I actually did not know they had QP as a very specific lore term. I just now learned that. I trust 100 million of these should suffice. Take them. Sounds good to me. That much? And wait, does this mean you have a QP mint here? Of course not. I'll simply create them myself by using your own Magecraft Systems methods. This is silly. This is really silly because QP isn't like... I don't know, it's a game mechanic. It doesn't make sense in the actual lore. I have nothing more to say. If there's nothing else you wish to discuss, then our business is concluded. Artoria, Sarah, if either of you would ask questions of me, now is the time. But be warned, though you are my guests, careless words may cost you that status and the protection it affords. Looks like it's up to me to speak first. So you will speak up first, then? Very well, you are indeed brave. Tell me, conquerors of the 5 Lostbelts, what is it you want? Chaldea's goal is to restore the bleached earth phenomenon. Resolve the bleached earth phenomenon. Yes, I'm aware of the situation in the outside world. Beryl Gut has informed me. But there's been another anomaly detected in this Lostbelt that we need to resolve first. Oh, what sort of anomaly? Using an ability similar to Einsel's ability to prophecy, we've observed a future depicting a cataclysmic collapse. We don't know yet what causes this collapse, or how it will actually happen. But if it isn't stopped, it'll spread across all of Britain and ultimately destroy the entire planet. That's why Chaldea came to Fairy Britain. We need to investigate this collapse and prevent it from ever happening. Now that the Tree of Emptiness is gone, we have no quarrel with this Lostbelt. Our goal is to stop the world's collapse, that's all. I see. So you say you have come here not to conquer our world, but to save it, is that all? We also want a divine construct we can use against the foreign god. That's right. We're hoping to acquire the sacred lance Rungominiad, the incredibly powerful spell you cast at Olympus. We would like you to provide us with either a mystic code that lets us use the spell ourselves, or the Magecraft theory we can use to recreate it.
Rebel, rebel, rebel!
Olympus? Foreign god? What in the world are those outsiders talking about? How can they be so reckless, making a demand of the High Queen of all people? Yes, I know the weapon you seek. I also believe you when you say you have come to save Britain. Also, I will say this to you. You and your proper human history will come to a miserable end. Well, why? This collapse you have observed will be the result of me expanding my territory. I shall be the one to put a true and final end to your history. I would never willingly surrender my divine construct to you, my mortal enemy. Enemy. It's like enmity. Sarah, arrogant child. To save your world, you will have to defeat me. What you call proper human history cannot be saved otherwise. Is that your way of declaring war on us, Queen Morgan? Proper human history and my realm can never coexist. If you wish to save your world, you will have to win it from me. I really thought she might have been willing to listen. Now we have to fight after all? That goes for you too, Artoria, accursed child of Einsel's prophecy. The year's end will bring a great calamity. It shall once again destroy every fairy in Britain. But fairies do not learn, ever. No matter how many times they die, they will always be born anew. As long as my castle remains intact, Fairy Britain shall always be reborn, even should all of Britain burn. Your Majesty, are you saying you'll only protect your kingdom, not your citizens? Yes, I offer fairies no salvation. I shall defend my land, nothing more. With all the magical energy I have stored in this throne, I have nothing to fear from the great calamity. Furthermore, only a chosen fairy can sit on this throne. You are neither like other fairies nor that foreign mage. You have been chosen. You are neither a rebel nor an invader. You are the Staff of Selection's chosen wielder. I'd probably rather do a Higurashi tier list, but I don't want to do either one right now. Though your waifu war one that you told me about, well, not waifu war, but just big ol' waifu tier list sounds good. Okay. You and you alone have the right to bring me to justice, fairy sent from paradise. Even should you fill oceans with the blood you shed in battle against me, you would be innocent of sin. If you wish to save Britain, you must defeat me, and claim the throne for yourself. Go then, fulfill that absurd prophecy if you can. You should know better than anyone that you have no choice. Then it would seem our discussion is concluded. I am pleased to know, I am pleased that we now understand each other. I know, right? Who wants a nice, beautiful resolution where everyone gets home and goes home buddy-buddy with no bloodshed? So on that note, you guys were stupid enough to come here with nothing more than faith in people's innate goodness and honor, and now your negotiations have completely broken down. You didn't really think you could leave here without a fight, right? Of course not. Sarah, Artoria, get behind me! I thought this might happen. Be silent.
Hey!
Even now, these are my honored guests. I will permit not so much as a single hair on their heads to come to harm, nor will I allow even an insult to their pride until they have left Camelot. Forgive my husband's insolence, child. Daughter of Tintagel, so long as you remain Artoria, I shall not recognize you as my enemy. As long as the bells of pilgrimage remain unrung, my lords are forbidden from attacking any of you. However, if she does start ringing the bells, and officially declares herself the child of prophecy, then and only then shall I name her, along with Chaldea, my enemies, and marshal my army against you. I therefore advise you think very carefully before beginning a war you cannot possibly win. Now, stand down. I am certain there is nothing left to say. No! Or is there? Where did you take Mashu? Mashu, what is that? That's the name of our companion, the one you swallowed up with the spell you usually use to get rid of calamities. She's the demi-servant with the spirit origin of Galahad, the Shield Knight. Since you named your Tamlin after other knights of the Round Table, I'm sure you must know that name too. I see, that explains it. Yes, I hold your knight captive.
Where is she?
I see no reason I should tell you. She is my trophy. But I can assure you she is alive and well. No one can harm her, not even me. Is she gone from the polls forever? She might be. I would have to double check. I include links to the tier list, so if you look her up on that tier list, you can see what her current standing is. At least we have a small lead on Mashu now, but yeah, it wasn't much of a discussion, was it? She basically just told us we're enemies and threatened to show us no mercy if we dare to defy her. Sure, Steven. I'm curious how it would differ from something like Fate Extella. Yep, can't say it was a very productive talk. We now know that Morgan definitely sees proper human history as her enemy. And we now know that Mashu is safe, but being kept in captivity somewhere. But that's just confirmation of some things we already at least suspected. I didn't see anything that could give us any kind of clue as to how we could possibly beat her in a fight. We didn't learn anything usable about the divine construct either.
So,
Actually, we did just make it a bit of progress there.
tell me more, Da Vinci.
Remember that atrium in the throne room? The one overlooking the pit? Well, I noticed a distinct magical energy pattern nearby. It was very similar to the Lion King's in the Sixth Singularity. That confirms for me that Morgan has Rongominiad on hand in weaponized form. And not just one or two of them either. She must have at least 10 in place around Camelot's main gate. And with that many of them on hand, she must have already used them here several times before. So we can assume the one she threw at Olympus must have been just one of several she already had at the ready. It would have been great if she'd been willing to sell just one of them, but it's pretty clear that's not an option. So now the only way for us to complete our initial objective of acquiring that divine construct for ourselves is to defeat Morgan. We definitely have our work cut out for us, don't we?
We're gonna die!
Still, at least we made it out of here safe and sound. So we also know that Queen Morgan is true to her word. Can you put Rena in the waifu polls? I don't know, man. We already gave... Well, I guess maybe there are not enough Higurashi waifu in there at all. I'd have to double check. True, both Morgan herself and all of Camelot might be so stuffed with magical energy it's downright chilling. But she was also adamant about upholding the laws she set as queen. She didn't even listen to Beryl when he tried to break them. I do polls in my community tab for the Holy Waifu Wars. And people get to vote on what they think the best waifus are in various brackets, and then they move up a tier each time they win. The ones that lose get pruned from the list, and we try to see who's the best, according to the viewership. I know, Sarah. That only makes it all the more mysterious. Beryl said he was Morgan's master. If that's true, it would make her a servant. But it can't be true, because she's been ruling Fairy Britain for the last 2,000 years. Beryl couldn't have come to this Lostbelt any sooner than the end of 2019, just like all the other cryptors. Obviously, Morgan would have already been the queen of this land by then, so he couldn't possibly have summoned her as a servant. So the question is he lying about that? Or is he being made to believe it? Either way, we need a lot more information before we can draw any conclusions. Oh hey, they're back! Guys, over here! Catch you later, Jens. Have a good day at work. Welcome back, Artoria, Sarah. So how'd the audience go? What's Queen Morgan really like? Was she terrifying? Was she strong? Was she really 10 meters tall? I mean, anyone who would take Tristan in as a daughter must eat nothing but other fairies, right? Well, she definitely seemed like a queen. Cut that out, Gareth. Can't you see the Child of Prophecy's doing her best not to spoil your fun? The truth is, the queen was completely ordinary, right, Artoria? Isn't that what you want to say? Huh? I can tell. I'm an expert at reading fair maidens' minds, after all. Don't worry, Artoria. It's okay to be yourself. I don't know much about how maidens think, but being yourself is good advice. Deep down, you're a stubborn shrew with a fierce competitive streak, right? If anything, you were probably thinking something like, Queen? I could take care of her any day of the week. Or take her, yeah. Give me 1,000 years and I'd probably be way stronger than her. I wasn't thinking anything of the sort, and couldn't you at least make it 100 years? Guess we won't be getting a cushy carriage escort back to Norwich, especially after they basically kicked us out of town. I see, Dawson. I'll consider it. I wasn't expecting the way back to be easy, but now that it's time to go, it's looking harder than ever. If they'd just given us at least one carriage, we could have had a nice, comfortable ride back to, They're not gonna let us out the door, are they? Oh. Hello! Fancy running into all of you here! I was taking our new carriage for a test drive. I just happened to find myself in Camelot. Your idea, Stephen, I saw a bunch of paragraph before. Due to some magical shenanigans, Chaldea has somehow work with both Liu Bei and Lu Bu's forces to stop whatever threat they came to stop. What did they come to stop? Seems like fate to me. Oh, really? Go on, get in. Don't be shy. Oberon, you sly dog. Yep, I figured you'd be finishing up around now. I take it your audience with the Queen's all done now? I'd love to hear all about it, but first... we should probably get going before our presence here gives the Queen's army any ideas. Hello, everyone. I'm glad to see you haven't been tempted by any other carriages. Say hello to our new and improved carriage. It's now got 6 passenger seats and 2 sleeping berths. Sounds cozy. Nice and cozy. With this bad boy, I can promise you all more comfortable journey around Britain than ever before. That's great to hear about the carriage, but why are you so glammed up too? Once I told the fairies of Norwich I was one of the Child of Prophecy's attendants, they were delighted to absolutely pamper me. The Earth Clan fairies whipped this armor up for me during the celebration. I see, well that's nice. I just hope you're ready to pay for it yourself.
I don't have any money.
We're almost done with the very first node of this whole thing, and what are we, 3 hours in? No, 2 hours in, sorry, I started an hour late today. And that's how our audience with Morgan ended. Yeah, I did forget who played Red Hair in the dub. Well, she certainly didn't mince words, did she? Morgan is eager for this fight. She wants some fisticuffs. I'd hoped there might be some way to broker peace if Chaldea and the Child of Prophecy met with her together, but... I don't remember who Grant George is by name. But she obviously never had any intention of giving up her throne to the Child of Prophecy, the true king. And that's not all. Morgan doesn't even plan on saving Britain. She said she was going to expand her territory and destroy the outside world, right? I was already pretty sure that was her plan, but I didn't know how she planned on pulling it off. Okay. Oh, he's the guy who sounds like a surfer bro. Yeah, that's funny. Okay, so what have you missed? We were escorted to Camelot to have a meeting with Morgan. We were hoping that we could stop the big calamity that's destroying the outside world. But Morgan says, nah. That's not gonna happen because I'm the one causing it by expanding my territory, so if you want to save your world, you still gotta fight me. So we're like, aw, piss. And that's more or less where we're at right now. Fuck, that was only the second part of your idea? Alright, let me dig upward to find it, sorry. Oh, in my idea, Chaldea has to travel to hypothetical timelines seen in Lu Bu's story in Dynasty Warriors 8, after the last mission where Lu Bu controls the north, and is fighting Liu Bei who controls the south. I mean, that makes sense. You know, make your own singularity / Lostbelt, depending on whichever scenario. He does sound a little like a surfer bro to me, though. At least that's how I've always interpreted it in my head. I did not summon for Lancelot, nor do I plan to. How am I doing today? Oh wait, you already asked. I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. But after hearing about your meeting, I think I've got it. She's going to use the Great Calamity herself. How so? Remember the water mirror spell she used at Norwich? That's what she's always used to get rid of calamities before. Isn't that right, Habitrot? Yep, she doesn't usually break it out, at that massive a scale. But that teleportation spell's one of her go-tos. So even if Sarah and Mashu hadn't gone to such extraordinary lengths, she would have still made the calamity disappear. Or rather, she would have made it her own. I think Morgan's been trying to acquire the calamities for herself. And if she is, that must mean she's able to harness their magical energy and use it as her own. What do you think about the new ordeal call servants? I try not to get too crazy with that. I'm glad that we get to see Rani. Rani is probably the more exciting bit for me. I wasn't too blown away by the other servants. I guess it's kind of cool, the whole Kali Yuga multiple arms chick. Which is better, taco or bacon and eggs? That's a toughie. That's a toughie. They're really close. I'll choose bacon and eggs. I've always been a breakfast food fan, but I do love my tacos. I love tacos oh so much. Yo quiero Taco Bell. Well, no, that's not real tacos. But I like all tacos, real or otherwise. As long as they're not too spicy. Oh wait, you were saying something a new Medusa. Let me Google that. Oh, people are speculating that it's a Medusa. Okay. I see. I see. Well, it sure does look like her, although her chest is a little flat looking in this armory armor. But I'm glad she's getting some more love. And she's not. Okay, I'll admit the Kali Yuga is pretty hot, minus all the extra arms. She looks like she's holding Lance of Longinus's from Evangelion. But no, Ronnie here is rocking a nice midriff, and that makes me happy. Makes me very happy, even if she's a bad guy as Durga. Still hot. Still hot. Are the different Rongominiads all former calamities? It's an interesting theory. Oh, interesting. I don't know if I'm going to be all that good at pronouncing it then, Ezra. Sounds tricky. Okay, back to the story. Nice little diversion, though, to look at more fake goods. What would I give myself in looks out of 10? God. I don't know, because I don't evaluate myself from a perspective. I mean, I guess I'm comfortable with how I look. I think my VTuber model looks better than the real person, but that's just me. Maybe a 6? I don't know. I don't know. Me in shape, I could go up to maybe like an 8, in my opinion, if I really took care of myself. If she is, that must mean she's able to harness their magical energy and use it as her own. No, I have not watched John Wick 4, but I am caught up to it otherwise. That's the magical energy she's going to use to overwrite Sarah's world, proper human history, and make it her territory. She's going to take the curse meant to destroy the world of fairies and use it to destroy the world of humans. And that's her plan. She's not out to stop the Great Calamity. She wants it to happen. So instead of getting rid of the Great Calamity, she's going to use it as a weapon? Even though she was more than enough power to banish it? Or has more than enough power, like she did in Norwich? But that would mean only the fairies inside Camelot would survive. Now that you mention it, those upper-class fairies in Camelot all look down on the other cities. I even heard them say stuff like, the only fairies worth anything are those from Camelot, with a straight face. They've completely bought the whole privileged class nonsense that the Queen fed them. I'm sure they just think of the Child of Prophecy as an irritant. I know the Queen said she wouldn't consider us her enemy until we ring one of the bells of pilgrimage, but she's also married to Beryl, right? It's a good thing Oberon showed up with the carriage when he did, because there's no telling when he might have sent troops after us. You said it. First things first, we should put some distance between us and Camelot. We can figure out our next course of action after that. If nothing else, we know exactly what we have to do now. If we're going to save Britain, our world, and Mashu, we're going to have to defeat Morgan. Several hours after meeting at the emptied throne room. Still no sign of movement from the pit. That is concerning. That aside, a great calamity that comes every 1,000 years, The sheer idiocy of these fairies never ceases to amaze. At least it is useful. I will use whatever I must to erase proper human history forever. Hey, foreign princess, long time no see. I see our cleavage is as fine as ever. Yes, Dawson, I see that. Alright, let's see if we do something. She summons Echidna. Interesting. You again. You know that merely observing will resolve nothing. If you are truly the foreign god's priestess, you should at least try to kill me. Though, of course, that assassination attempt by the disciple of the foreign god did not go so well for him. No servant compromised of a heroic spirit from proper human history can hope to match my Tamlin. If you will do nothing but stand there and watch, then do not show yourself. I tire of looking at you. She can only say that because she's hotter. If there is something you wish to say, then say it to me. Speak as he did. Do you know how to speak? She's like, nah, I'll peace. I'll peace. Oh, hello, Caldain. Sorry to interrupt your chat. I would have knocked, but there's no door here. Of course not. Why would I welcome guests merely because they come knocking? I do have a waiting room, though, had you cared to use it. You mean the ghost ward down below? It is majestic, but unnecessary. I don't have time to wait. I'm neither omnipotent nor a talented mage like yourself. I'm just an ordinary man, capable of nothing but ordinary work. Truthfully, I should be avoiding places like this, where I have no business in the first place. Your actions defy comprehension. You are clearly from Chaldea. You are on the side of proper human history. While the foreign god means to wipe the slate of human history clean, I could end up destroying it before she gets a chance. Is that not what you're, why you're here? To stop me? No. If you really can destroy it, go ahead. What? True. If left to your own devices, I'm sure you will indeed destroy this planet and erase humanity. And that is preferable to the foreign god achieving her goal. Your goal is to wipe out proper human history so you can expand the land of the Fae and rule as its queen. I can't approve of your goal, or your approach to pursuing it, but I do respect what you've accomplished. So I will neither try to interfere with your plans, nor lend Chaldea my aid. If you should succeed in rendering this planet a lifeless husk, I have no objection. If you are not here to interfere, then why have you come? You claimed you had no time to waste, did you not? Has a girl ever asked you in school? Asked you out, right? Man, I believe it happened once. But it was hard. I couldn't tell if the girls were messing with me. There was one girl who was trying to, like, speak on behalf of her friend, is what it seemed like, that there's somebody who had a crush on you or whatever, and I'm like, well, okay. Then ask me, tell me who, I don't even know who we're talking about. Yeah, it was that kind of thing. So yeah, there was one other person, otherwise it was me doing the, courtship, I suppose. You claimed you had no time to waste, did you not? I came to see what you've created here. It deserves at least that much. You saw the Tree of Emptiness for what it really was, and instead of fearing it, you used it yourself. You grasped Chaldea's summoning system instantly, and made it your own. Those are truly exceptional accomplishments. There are scant few who have There are scant few who have even approached your level of godlike genius. Now, do you understand, High Queen Morgan? I came here to praise you. I cannot imagine there is anyone willing or able to give you the accolades you deserve. Your estimation of my magecraft skill means nothing to me. If anything, it sounds snide. Now, if that is all you have to say, then leave. Did you meet the alien god? Yeah, we did, in, Olympus. I respect you, friend, and what you accomplishment? What is my accomplishment? You love yourself. Does that mean... Well, I mean, it shouldn't matter. If you love yourself, okay, good. But I guess it just means you didn't like the other girls then, too. This world is soon to be mine. There will be no place in it for either the foreign god or a beast. I know. This was the last chance to intervene anyway. Even if I did try to get in your way now, it wouldn't change anything. If my aim were to stop what is happening here, I have come 2,000 years too late. Your history is perfect. Your script is complete. While you did make a mistake with Tristan, your victory is still close at hand. As one who has stood in this very position, I want to applaud you and the path you've taken. I mean, I think it's been pretty easy to confirm that this guy is, for whatever reason, Gaetia using Romani's face. I don't really know exactly how, but yeah. Aren't they setting it up for a John Wick 5? In my estimation, neither the Child of Prophecy nor the Master of Chaldea have any hope of defeating you. Though, of course, were a third player who has yet to show themselves to intervene, that could change things considerably. Hint, hint. Yeah, we thought he was dead too, right? But I'm pretty sure, from what I've researched and things, that that's him. I mean, it makes sense with what he just said. I've been in the same exact position, thinking I had won too. And yet something happened. It could be Albion. I don't know.
I do not know.
Alrighty. You let me use Castoria's? Hell yes. Alright. Who's gonna be my main attacker? We need the moon cancer.
We need the power of the moon!
I mean, we got BB, but she's not the best. Not a lot of good moon cancers, honestly. At least Pele can smoosh. She can go smooshy smoosh. She's a buster, though, isn't she? Yup. Yeah, we'll see how this goes. Wait, is there room for a command spell for you? Can you even wear one of these? No, you can do a Sakura, though. Alright. Sounds good. Okay. Let's see how this goes.
I shrink the moon!
So, now that we put some distance between us and Camelot to avoid any possible trouble with royal soldiers, who just didn't know about the Queen's orders not to harm us, we've moved along the northern border and come across a chocolate field that's truly a sight to behold. Whoa, there's chocolate growing straight out of the ground! That's weird. Yeah, I don't think the fairies realized how that worked. Candy! Nom 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 nom. No way! How the hell does this work? I have to take a closer look. What are you two doing? That field doesn't belong to you. You should be ashamed of yourselves, trampling someone else's field with your dirty shoes. If you're gonna go around tasting this stuff, you need to do so from one of the edges. Whoa! A whole field of the deluxe premium chocolate bars Lady Aurora once gave me a tiny piece of? This can't compare to a carrot, but it may well be the sweetest thing I've ever tasted. Cannonball! Now don't you start too, you idiot. It's so good, it's so sweet! It's a little messy, but it's just still so yummy. I'm glad to see you're all enjoying yourselves. How can you be so relaxed about this, Oberon? We still need to keep an eye out for any signs of What is it, Gareth? Aren't you going to jump in there with them? Oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh! Everyone, please settle down. You can't eat that chocolate. I see, Dawson. I'm not sure what to say to that. Are there any important events in FGO? I mean, other than the Lostbelt, no. You gotta get on it. Oh no, I knew it. These are Noctnorea's chocolate fields. I've heard about them. They're made with a paralysis agent, charm, and calories out the wazoo. Any fairy who tastes this chocolate becomes a hopeless chocoholic. And they then have to do whatever Noctnorea says for the rest of their lives. Hmm? Well, I eat the chocolate all the time. I'm just fine. Crap. Did those Moors just pop out of the field? They must have been lying in wait to ensnare any fairies that succumb to chocolate paralysis. First, fairies eat the chocolate, then the Moors eat the fairies. What a perfectly devious predatory tactic. And I'm afraid none of the others will be of any help now that their veins are full of chocolate poison. Come on, Muramasa, this one's all up to us. Got it. Good luck, Gareth. Muramasa, why did you just take a step back? And what's that you're holding behind you? Sorry, I was right there, and it was right there in arm's reach, so I just couldn't help myself. Some wise elder you turned out to be. Okay, BB Chanaru! I like how they updated the animation so it reflects her costume. She's much hotter in this bikini than whatever that was. Summer BB? Pele? The Barghest fights? I mean... yeah, I guess bring them on though. I fear not the Barghest battle. I don't know, I guess some girls can probably handle being rejected, but nobody likes being rejected is the real thing. I don't know if there's going to be a Polynesian Lostbelt, but they can certainly work in more Polynesian servants. The claw! Now, I gotta take a quick break, go bathroom, I'll be right back. That's not Dai Alter, that's just dai-chan. That's regular dai-chan, not dai-chan Alter. Dai-chan Alter has a tattoo on her chest, remember? Okay, let us resume. Dude, that frickin' Spider-Verse movie has got their fandom extremely toxic. That's all I can say. I see, Dawson. Huh? Does this mean none of you are paralyzed? Sorry, Gareth, but no, we're totally fine. I don't think this chocolate is poisoned at all. That's right. Incidentally, when people refer to chocoholics, they're talking about people who just really love chocolate, or who'll go all the way north just to have some. Pretty sure it's not actually a medical condition. Steven, did you ask me a question while I was taking a whiz? Wait, so are the events and banners that came out still accessible, or are they gone? I think they are gone. Yeah, I think they're gone. I don't think they come back. Well, each of them has gotten at least one rerun the year after. So we get the previous summer event, and then we get the new summer event, for example, and the banners that come with them equivalently. In JP, they have a feature now that lets you kind of buy the ability to play old events, or at least experience the story from older events, if you missed out on them. And that's how I understand it, like you could do that, but I don't think you can get back the banners, though. So characters like Shiki Ryogi, for instance, are gonna be rare to find again, I suppose. Maybe you'll get lucky. Yeah, the thing about Gwen Stacy being trans is kinda silly. I guess my rule on the whole headcanon thing, and I've been thinking about it a lot, is, you know, if it's just something that you do, you interpret the character that way, it makes you feel good, that's fine. But it's when people come in and they're like, no, this character's trans, and if you don't agree with me, you're transphobic. If you even question my logic, you're transphobic. You know, that kind of attitude. Well, in my case, oh, well, here's the thing. If you play through the events yourself, they're in your records. So you can always rewatch old cutscenes anytime you want. You just don't get to do the gameplay aspect of those events. Can you buy old events with in-game currency in the JP version? Yeah, I think... Wasn't it like your rare prisms or something that you have to use to do that? I don't remember. You rejected a BJ? Depending on the girl? And if I was in school? I might have had a hard time denying that, or rejecting that, rather. Never had quite the opportunity back then. Yeah, there was that one manga, I turned my best friend into a girl, or something like that. I forgot what the story was, but yeah. That character in the manga was supposed to be an effeminate boy, not a trans woman. And, yeah. But then we get weird situations like the Bridget scenario, where the devs have come out and said, yeah, no, the character's trans. I don't believe them when they say, like, oh, we've been planning to make this character trans for years, but the world wasn't ready for it. I'm like, I really doubt that. I don't believe that at all. But yeah. I'm pretty sure it's not actually a medical condition. Oh, wow, you're right. This is really good. It's sweet and crunchy and easy to eat, and it doesn't even make me thirsty. I feel so much more alert now, too. Oh. Still, it is a rare luxury good, and these fields really do belong to Knocknarea. We don't know about their calorie count, though. So if you keep sampling the chocolate without permission, well, see for yourselves. Aw, crap, there's a huge army headed this way, but hang on, the hell are they wearing? Oh my god, well this certainly looks like something Maeve would be behind. Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo, what the hell? It's so stupid I'm coughing. Damn, they've got us surrounded. These numbers, this honeybee-like magical energy pressure, that's far enough, you shameless tourists. You've got a lot of nerve, eating your fill of my chocolate. Or is this your way of applying to be my slaves down to my great-great-great-grand successor? I'd recognize that voice anywhere. That's right. Now throw yourselves at my feet and beg for forgiveness. I liked her previous outfit better, honestly. But you all know why that is. I don't care what backwater town you fairies hail from. One look at this beauty should tell you all you need to know about who you're dealing with. Now, on that note, I, Queen Knocknarea, pass judgment on these foul chocolate thieves. That's 1 count of stealing of government property, 1 count of smuggling valuable cultural property, 1 count of dining and dashing, and 1 count of... why do they do that? Léger Majeste? I have no idea. For these 4 crimes, I sentence you all to spend the next 100 years packing chocolate for retail. The girl were a 6 out of 10? For me, maybe I could easily resist that. But, No, I'm talking about her rider outfit. Sorry. I don't know what class she is here, but no, her white one. After which you'll live out the rest of your days in Edinburgh while receiving a comfortable pension to match the contributions of your labor. Oh. She's more reasonable than the US government. Well, actually, no, it's not the US government, but most businesses these days in America are like pensions. Ha! Loyalty to the company. Ha. I knew it. Woo, you rock, Maeve! What? Well, I don't know her circumstances yet. I'm learning. I'm learning as I play the story. I first met her in Gloucester about 5 years ago. Oh, Artoria knows her. She was like a storm in a bottle, and she was the first fairy I got to know outside of my village. Stephen in question? I see a message retracted. Oh, would event-dependent servants be unavailable for new players? They might be. They might be, yes. There are certain characters that have been lost to time, unless they decide to revive them again. The best way to tell that is simply to look at what the Japan banners are, and realize we'll be getting those same banners in 2 years' time from when they came out in Japan, you know what I mean? That's how we knew the Lostbelt was coming up when it was, and all that stuff. Yeah. Not that it's any surprise. But for a born ruler, there's nothing better than kicking all your would-be rivals to the ground. The first princess pageant in 100 years, and I'm clearly the winner. Now go out there and tell everyone in Britain that Nocnarea is the new queen of the Northern Fairies. Hooray! How long will I be streaming for? I do not know. Man, I didn't even make it past the preliminaries, let alone get a chance to go on stage. But that's okay. I'm only here because everyone in the village insisted I come anyway. Plus, I can't think of anything more idiotic than a princess pageant. Besides, all I really wanted was to see what things were like outside the village for once. I feel like an idiot. What am I even doing out here? I should be back home, helping with the harvest. But no, I just had to come here and help my political campaign. And to show everyone that Mab's successor means business. I swear. When are the elders going to stop treating me like a greenhorn anyway? Not to mention the judge's criteria for beauty is just laughable. Don't they know real beauty comes from living a life you can be proud of? Not what other people think of your looks? This seems like a very different Maeve, for sure. Contestants like us are the ones who decide what's beautiful, not the peanut gallery. Oh, hello. Aren't you the girl from Tintagel I saw in the prelims? No, I think you have the wrong fairy. I'm just here waiting tables part-time, so... Why didn't you come to the main event? I thought it was going to come down to you and me. I would have enjoyed beating a worthy opponent rather than demolishing the competition. My tongue, But you were nowhere to be seen. Wait, did you leave early because the whole thing was so stupid? Stupid? Well, I guess I did feel pretty stupid. Why you? You think I don't get what's going on here? I can tell you're thinking, look at this simple little girl who's jumping for joy over a stupid trophy. She has no idea I lost the battle but won the war. Well, I don't like it. I won't stand for it. You and I are going to compete again, right now. That's your... what's your best subject? Horseback riding? Dancing? Music? Combat? Chess? Whatever it is, that's going to be our real final battle. We're not going to stop until I'm good and satisfied. Oh, but we need to do something about that horribly tacky outfit first. Mac, Dim, tear this girl's clothes up for me, will you? I'll let you wear one of my dresses instead. After that, we're going backstage. Or back on stage. Something tells me a 6 out of 10 anime girl would already be pretty hot, just because of the standards of the anime world. Even characters that they think are ugly are, like, smoking in anime worlds. Together, you and I are going to show those idiots in the crowd what it really means to shine like a beautiful princess. Huh? Wait, what are you... Hey, knock it off, you pink-haired, honey-brained, nouveau rich girl, before I knock your block off. What Western historical or fictional characters would you like to see in FGO? On the Western front, I don't know if I really have much of a preference. I'm sorry. I had no idea you'd actually been eliminated in the preliminaries. I mean, my instincts have never been wrong before, you know? The moment I saw you, I felt sparks all up and down my spine. Sparks, I tell ya! I thought, there's something different about this fairy. I seriously got the impression you could turn the world on its head. Huh? Really? Is that how I actually seem to you, Nocnarea? I guess it's true what they say about great talents blooming late. Believe it or not, I'm actually the child of... But I was wrong. You're so unimpressive that I must have looped from 0 right back to hero. Oh, is that so? Guess that means you'd better quit bragging about your instincts from now on, huh? You're right. From now on, I'll make sure to observe fairies carefully, and not just rely on my intuition. Anyway, what's your village like, Artoria? You said it's on the western tip of southern Britain. My city's up on the northern tip, so I can't even imagine how different it must be. Do you get ash rain there? What color's the forest? Can you fish there? Are there any cute fairies you've got your eye on? Oh, and what was the exploding lamp you threw at me earlier? I don't know yet, SSJ. The Northern Fairy kept peppering me with questions, and she seemed genuinely interested in the answers. It's one of my nicer memories from back when we still didn't know each other well. Her name was Knocknarea. Since I am the child of prophecy, she and I are destined to butt heads one day. But she was also my very first friend. Duh. So yeah, I spent 2, maybe 3 days in Gloucester with her a few years ago. But as you can see, she never listens to anything anyone has to say, so she didn't make a great impression. That goes for you too, Artoria. You look meek enough, but you always talk way tougher than you look. Good to see you haven't changed. Well, this is a surprise. I had no idea Artoria had a friend she was on arguing terms with. And Knocknarea of all fairies? I can't even imagine getting into a scuffle with her, can you? Definitely not. I'm all tongue-tied just from seeing her. Knocknarea, member of the King Clan and Queen of the North. Her magical energy covers this entire camp even as we speak. She's one of the most notable fairies in all of Britain. Her combat abilities may not compare to the Tamlin. But when it comes to otherworldly common sense and the sheer size of her Fey domain, I don't think there's anyone in Fey Britain who can't match her, or who can match her. I guess I just can't tell since I'm not a fairy myself. But look, Artoria's not backing down. No matter how snide Knocknarea gets with her, she gets twice as good as she gets. She gives twice as good as she gets. Yep, those two are a perfect match for each other. Artoria looks meek, but is actually a huge pain in the neck, and Knocknarea makes a loud first impression, but she's actually very earnest. They're like two halves of a puzzle box. They may constantly be at odds, but in the end, they fit together perfectly. Quiet, you. When did I say any of you could talk? You do know you're all still under arrest for chocolate larceny, right? Oh yes, very aware. Are you human? What makes you think you can speak so bluntly to me, huh? It's not like that, Knocknarea. Her name's Sarah. She's a mage who came here from the outside world, and my trusted ally. Oh right, I guess the prophecy did say something about a foreign traveler, huh? What a joke. Still, I do like girls with backbone. In fact, now that I look closer, I can see you're covered with bruises, but you're still no worse for wear. In fact, you practically radiate inspiration. Tell you what, Sarah, if you ever need a place to stay, you can come to my castle. You're too good to waste away as a slave for the southern fairies. Hell, maybe you can even help me get over my distaste for humans. But I digress, all that aside. Some child of prophecy you turned out to be, Artoria. What even is this ragtag band? Are you trying, like, at all? A female Willy Wonka? I can't believe you still don't have even a single squad to your name. I guess you're still the one fairy my intuition just doesn't work on. When I heard that the Child of Prophecy who saved Norwich was named Artoria, I thought you'd finally gotten your act together. But it looks like I was wrong about you again. You're as pathetic now as you were back then. Steven, you're asking me all these questions. I'm trying to read the story. I heard you. I started my last comment acknowledging your response. What do you act like? I didn't. What? What are we talking about? That's a letdown. I would love to see someone like Cyrus of Persia as a grand ruler. I don't know which comment you're referring to. Oh, so speaking of servants, are grands only limited to the 7 original classes in Fate? Or can there be things like Grand Rulers or Grand Avengers? I don't know. I don't know, actually. I guess a bunch of third-rate losers are the best a pathetic low-class fairy like yourself can attract. Take that back, Nocnorea. Don't you dare make fun of my friends. They're all much more accomplished, wiser, braver, cuter, and grandpa-ish than I am. As if nothing else, they're way stronger than those soldiers you've got waiting on you. I say no at the moment, Chaos, because any day now, Nasu could change his mind. Nothing in Type Moon is set in stone until you finish it, and even then he'll come back and retcon the damn thing. So it's possible there could be a Grand Avenger someday. But at the moment, no. And if nothing else, they're way stronger than those soldiers you've got waiting on you. Is that so? Alright then, prove it. I'll see for myself who's stronger, your allies or my soldiers. If you guys win, I'll pardon you for your chocolate theft, and you'll all be free to go. Nice. But... but what? If my soldiers win, I'm taking Sarah for myself. Huh? Are you serious, Nocnorea? Don't tell me Sarah's your type. It's not like that. I was going to need a mage for my war with Morgan anyway. Huh. Now less talking, more fighting, Artoria. Let's see which of one of us is better suited to be Britain's savior. Yeah, I don't know the full details of Kukulkan, other than I think she's hot. So that's the depth of my research there, so yeah. Oh. Can I pick anyone here? At least I get... Oh, what? Okay, so I do get to pick a servant, right? But I can't choose... Oh, wait. Yeah, we gotta take the filter off. There we go. What am I fighting? Alright, you know, I'm gonna bring the real king here, yo. Gonna bring the real Kang. Why not? We'll replace her with the horse. Or the horse with her, rather. You gutsy pieces of shit. Let's read what your gut says. When HP reaches 0, recover HP and survive just one time. Alright. Well, either way, let me swap in... Redra Bit doesn't even get a Noble Phantasm. How strange. Alright, Gareth, what do you do? For yourself. Sounds good. Alright, so we're gonna start with you.
変わらねえよ。妖精が何だってんだ。櫛灘姫を髪に刺し。
お任せよ。
Is your question, how is the anime, what? Summertime R? Are you trying to say summertime rendering? And if so, yeah, it's a good one. I recommend it.
勝負していきな。
お任せよ。いい。
Wait, why did I do that? That was extremely stupid of me. Oh well. Oh well. These guys aren't that threatening, to be honest. Who's my waifu in it? The author chick. I forgot the name. Stop stabbing him. That's fine. I love this noble phantasm. Clobbers the shit out of him. Mada mada! What pisses me off is there's still 2 more battles after this. It's really annoying. There we go. You gutsy pieces of... At least there's only 3 of you now. Which Lost Belt would I like to see animated? Oh, that's a good question. Probably Atlantis Olympus. Like, if they bundled them together into a single thing, that would be cool.
いいですね。
If there is one male from history or myth you don't want to see gender bent, I don't have one. They could all be gender bent as far as I care.
Eh, 決着をつけましょう。お任せよ。そっち。束ねる星の息吹。輝ける命の本流。
Yeah, either one, I don't care. As long as it gets animated, that's what you'd want to see. Hopefully as a better adaptation than the Camelot films. Aw, poor Muramasa. I was gonna use your Noble Phantasm. Yes, I am very aware that Jack and Fate is a loli. Abundantly so.
いいはい。オッケー。騎士の誓いは破れない。
How do I feel so far about this Lostbelt? It's cool. I don't know if it's like my favorite or anything, but you know, it's good. I've been having a lot of fun. Yeah. We won! And now we're safe. Huh. Well, that's okay. My predecessor said there'd be at least 3 chances. If love were easy to find, it wouldn't be so precious. There, you see. Sarah and her team won. I told you they were amazing. Now let us go free. Queens are supposed to keep their promises, right? Oh, gender bent Genghis Khan. They could do it. They could. It'd be interesting. But I see you'd be very upset. Now let us go free. Queens are supposed to keep their promises, right? Of course, believe me. I don't have time to be messing around with you either. I was in the middle of running military exercises when you decided to steal my chocolate. Also, my enemy is Queen Morgan, not the Child of Prophecy. God, I hate when they do messages like that. I have nothing to say to a low-class fairy who still hasn't made a name for herself. Go wherever you like, for all I care. I'm not upset. It's just... you know that people are going to be upset, and I'm just sick of talking about the whole lolly debate. Oh? Does this mean the King clan doesn't see the Child of Prophecy as competition? I'd think it would be to your advantage to capture us rather than let us go free. Of course I see you as competition. I'm the only king fit to rule Britain. As far as I'm concerned, both Morgan and the Child of Prophecy are obstacles to my rule. That said, I can't take Morgan's army lightly. If I'm going to win, I need to make use of everything I can. Either Morgan will jump at my provocation and leave her castle to face me, or I'll attack her castle myself once all my preparations are complete. Either way, I'll need to keep the other clans in check in the meantime, which is why I want the Child of Prophecy to keep stirring things up. Get it? The more you scurry around making trouble, the more Morgan will have to divert forces from me to focus on you. I don't really expect you to ring all the bells of the pilgrimage, but you could manage maybe 2 of them? If you can manage that, I'll take care of the rest. I'll take control of Camelot, send Morgan packing, and banish every human from this island. As a descendant of the Northern Fairies, and the daughter of the Great Mab, I'll be the one to restore Britain to the way it was meant to be. Still, I'm also very generous, so I'm willing to make a few exceptions. If the humans are willing to change their ways, I could set up an autonomous zone for them to live in. As proof, I'll grant you permission to speak freely, Sarah. Is there anything you want to ask me? Go ahead, just this once. I'll give you an honest answer. Okay, in that case... What's with all those hearts floating around you? Hearts? Is that a figure of speech for something? I see, so you're just dying to know more about me, huh? Well, I can't blame you. I am something special, after all. As a human, you might have trouble believing this, but what you're seeing around me is all the magical energy I can't keep bottled up inside. As a King Clan fairy, I usually try not to show others my hopes and dreams, at least not until I assume the throne. But I just can't stop my feelings. Passion from spilling out everywhere I go. That's not the kind of thing most fairies would brag about, you know? Excuse me, Lady Knocknarea, but we've received a request from Edinburgh. What is it? Mab chances like this? Don't come along every day, you know. If this is about military exercises, it can wait until... I'm sorry, milady, but this is about Moore's disease, if I may. Not enough transcription subjects. Number of Sheffield refugees. Tell them we'll make a list right away. I'll make the selections myself. Looks like our little chat is over. You guys are free. Go wherever you like. What is it, Edinburgh? Oh, but I'll just say one last thing. Try to conduct yourselves with at least some dignity, Artoria. Nobody will follow a king who can't even look the part. Yes, the gender benders are crazy but fun. Edinburgh? But the U comes before the R. Alright, we'll go back to my usual strat. Musashi! That should do. Your comment on Jill? No, I didn't. I don't know. Oh, you're calling them... No, that's Jack the Ripper. That's Jack the Ripper, I'm sorry. I acknowledge that there is more than one Jack the Ripper, according to, you know, strange fake, yo, but... I am very excited for the strange fake anime, indeed. We still don't have a proper release date on that, do we? I believe this is a series, not a movie.
よろしい。さて、どこから潰したものか。宝具をてよく言いました。それは絶えず見た滅びの夢。最果てにありながら取り回すロードツキャメル。
Okay, but why is it bruh when it's spelled burr? You know what I mean?
よく言いました。受けるがいい。
Dude, it's creative fiction. They can make their Jack the Ripper however the hell they want. I thought we'd been over this before, but maybe you didn't know this, Dawson. Yes, there was a period of time in Fate's version of King Arthur where Merlin basically turned Artoria into a temporary Futanari so that she could try and have a child with Guinevere. But then Morgan came along and got impregnated by her instead. A special? I don't know, man. I guess I'm just not aware. The announcements were pretty vague, other than they're trying to get us hyped up about something that they didn't properly describe yet, I guess. I don't know. Edinburgh. Edinburgh. Bruh. Like, what does my anime list say about it? I'll check that. Strange fake. Whispers of Dawn, yeah, that's the special, but... Yeah, admittedly, the special is just one episode right now, but I don't know if that's meant to be something more later or whatever, but... Yeah. Comes out next month, okay. There's a lot of stuff coming out this summer, it's quite exciting. I mean, if the creator of a GIF gets to, I mean, he created it, so he gets to say what is the right way, but I'm always going to call it a GIF because GIF sounds stupid. If he wants to make peanut butter, that's another story. I am the great Morse Poo, and I'm going to throw my shit at you. A huge supply of tish comes from my chocolate starfish. How about some scat, you little twat? Dun 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 dun. Top 3 favorite beasts? I don't really care about the beasts of humanity all that much. Well, okay, that's not true. Kama and Kiara are pretty dope, I gotta admit. So I guess if I had to pick, it would be Kama at number 1, Kiara number 2, and Tiamat number 3. You're just being stubborn, Steven. It's just a complex way of saying, I don't like it. And you're allowed not to like it, but that doesn't change that it is what it is. Yes, I think you're on the right track, Dawson. I don't know as much about the Berserker form. Is it a Berserker form of Jack the Ripper from Strange Fake? But yeah. Well, a little trip southbound through the chocolate fields brought us back to southern Britain. Gloucester's not too far from here. How about stopping by? You've never been to Gloucester before, right, Habicat? No, but it's Murrian City, right? I have a pretty clear idea of what it'd be like. It could be fun, but I also doubt it's got any cute brides for me. So I'm good with whatever Sarah decides. I see, that's too bad. Have we even seen what Strange Fake's version looks like? Yeah. I mean, I know it's on his wiki, at the very least. Archangel Glenn! Hey! Here's a $5 for the Summer Canis Fund. Yes, that I believe is going to be there. Morgan's banner is not there right now. But I definitely want Summer Canis, and maybe others. Oh, City, catch you later. No, I read what you were saying about Edinburgh. I just think language is stupid. We need a much better... The phonetic alphabet looks like as, but something that looks better than that, but is more accurate to how it's actually spelled. For the time being, we should find somewhere safe. I agree. The best thing we can do now is lay low and plan our next move. If we're going to decide on something as important as whether we fight the Queen or run from her, we'll need somewhere safe to consider our plan. Gloucester's definitely out. I don't know about Murrian, but I wouldn't trust Koyanskaya as far as I could throw her. What about the Welsh Forest? That's Oberon's territory, after all. Salisbury could be another good option. How about it? We could tell Lady Aurora everything that's happened so far. So many choices. Any thoughts, Oberon? It's a good question. Well, I definitely wouldn't recommend my forest. It'd make for a lousy secret headquarters. And I don't think Salisbury or Norwich are safe either. We shouldn't put too much credence in the Queen's promise to leave us alone. If Beryl were to lead Morgan's army against us, Aurora wouldn't be able to stop him. Looks like Knocknarea was right. We need our own military strength. Maybe we should go back to the Storm Border? Besides, it'd be fun to show it off to Artoria and Gareth. We don't have to go through the Nameless Woods, either. We can take a detour around it to reach the coast. Plus, we could also stop by Artoria's hometown, Tintagel, on the way. Now that's a good idea. No, let's save that for a last resort. We're not running for our lives yet, after all. If it's military strength we need, we've got exactly one option. In fact, I'd say the safest place for the Child of Prophecy right now isn't a fairy city at all. It's the city southeast of Oxford. We need to go to England's capital in proper human history. The ruins of Londinium, where humans have set up their home base. Ah. Now that Artoria's gotten rid of Norwich's calamity, there's no reason for us to hesitate to knock on their door. I think it's time Britain's destined savior paid the Round Table army a visit. Oh, right, where Percival is. We're gonna go see Percy. Percy.
6月、日本では梅雨の季節ですね。私、
Good job, everyone. I know it wasn't easy coming so far without stopping to sleep, but we're almost to Londinium now. Only 2 more hills to go. But first, why don't we take a quick break? Besides, it's almost lunchtime. I'm sure you'd rather have a relaxing meal outside instead of rocking back and forth in the carriage too, right, Sarah? Are we safe out here? Is it safe? We left the main roads between cities during the night, so I'm sure we won't run into any of the Queen's troops around here. So we're finally visiting Londinium. I wonder what the stories say about it. Well, up until 2,000 years ago, when it was still the Fey era, it was the largest city in all of Britain. It said that 5 fairy clans coexisted there peacefully, and that they even chose a human for their lord. Really? Then does that mean Londinium used to be a human city? It sure does, but it was destroyed during an insurrection that took place at the end of the Fey era. It may have been the most heavily fortified city of Britain at the time, but I guess there wasn't much it could do against an attack from within. You like Jack the Lily? I still haven't found how it ended I still haven't found how it ended up in ruins after that, though. Catch you later, Dark 92 Enigma. After all, the Queen decided to build a new castle, Camelot, instead of rebuilding Londinium. I guess you don't know everything about everything after all, Oberon. It was the fairy clans that reduced Londinium to rubble. After Ashe ended the war between the various clans, she appointed a human knight as their new king. The human boy who was leading the Round Table army at the time. A huge festival was held to celebrate the new king in his coming reign. Will you ever use Daon for a summer event? Why for a summer event specifically? But then, during his coronation, a group of anti-fairy humans started a riot. And a number of the fairies living in Londinium were killed. The clan heads were incensed, so they raided Londinium and put every soldier in the Round Table army to death. The knight who was supposed to be king fell in battle, and Ashe was executed after the clan heads held her responsible for the riot. Grimmer the Sage managed to give them the slip. And since no one could kill the Black Knight, they crushed his ears and threw him into the sea. By that point, the Tam Lin had gotten fed up with the whole ridiculous ordeal and decided to go over to Orkney, taking Ashe's coffin with them. Ashe, that's the fairy who was once treated as Britain's savior, right? From what I heard, her, the Sage, the Black Knight, and the Tam Lin all saved Britain countless times. Who is the Black Knight? You shall not pass. So what was the Tamlin's name? Oh, Mike told me back in Salisbury. Let's see, I'm pretty sure it was... Huh? That's weird. I know I've heard it before, but I can't remember what it was. Don't worry about it. My point is, Londinium has a lot of history as the home base of Britain's humans. So this new Round Table army is holed up where the old one got wiped out. I ain't the superstitious type, but don't you think that's just asking for trouble? Dawson's question, how many gender bends are there in FGO? More than I would like to count at the moment. I guess you could just pull up a list of the servants and be like, aha. You'll see why it's not a problem once we get to Londinium, Muramasa. Frankly, if you ask me, both Morgan and the clan heads ought to have their heads examined. I don't know why else they'd abandon Londinium, even after they destroyed it. I'm surprised you know so much about Londinium, Habbycat. I mean, you don't know anything about Gloucester or Salisbury. I know about Salisbury. That's the city with the big cathedral, right? I've seen Aurora before, too. I just didn't pay her much attention. She's not my type. I see. So, are you sure you're okay missing out on all the beautiful cities? Sure, I'm sure. This isn't exactly a sightseeing tour. Kinda curious why you're so considerate of me, though. Fishing for a discount on your wedding dress or something? Huh? No, I'm not looking for a dress. I haven't even found a partner yet. I mean, it's not that, it's just... Just what? It's nothing, I'm gonna fetch some water. Be right back! Ah! I love the gender bending, that's the whole point. Mordred and Artoria are my favorite characters, they gotta be girls. Come on now. I mean, I don't really... Do I even have Daeon? I don't know. And if so, I don't know if I'm using... or if I have them up to level. It'd be pretty bold to do a summer version of Daeon, I think. I mean, I'm not saying they shouldn't. That was close. I almost said something I shouldn't again. What did you say? What did you say? I want to know what you were gonna say, unless it was just you being, I don't know, not into finding a romantic partner or something. Anyway, I'm kind of worried about Habbycat. I can see Artoria and Sarah's futures just fine. But I can't see anything for hers. Oh, you have clairvoyance? You have clairvoyance. Do ya, huh? Mors? Crap, I have to kill it before it touches me. Yeah! How about it? Oh, that's weird. My lance has always worked before. Oh, right. That's only because Artoria was helping me out with her magecraft. But now that it's just me... What are you talking about? This is so like me. I always get carried away like this, even though I'm weak. So now I'm going to die out here, unable to fight back, never having accomplished anything. You were so close. If you'd just taken 6 steps back and gotten a running start, you could have definitely taken it out. You're not the biggest fairy out there, so you'll need more than just the weight of a thrust to get through the Moor's skin. Make sure your foot, the foot you're bracing on, faces forward instead of to the side, and try to let gravity do the hard work for you. But I guess that'll be something to work on next time, which is all the more reason to stand back up now. Huh? I'm in love! May I ask you who you are? Me? I came out here to fetch some water and saw you going into the forest. I was going to warn you to be careful, since we tend to get Moors out here. But I guess I was a little too late. Luckily, there are only 2 of them. Do you think you can help me? I'd really appreciate it. What do you think of Habitrot? Habitrot's cool, I guess. I mean, she's a very valuable companion to have around. Do you think you can help me? I'd really appreciate it. Yes, of course. I'm Gareth, by the way. I'm Percival. Would you mind taking the moors on the right then, brave knight? Wait, did he say Percival? What? Say what? That's the leader of the human army.
騎士パーシバル
参ります。
We can't use his noble phantasm yet. Interesting.
結構器用なので結構素早いので
いいですとも。レッツプライ
Oh, I've already got plushes of Artoria and Mordred. So I guess maybe Ushi Wakamaru. I want an Ushi plushie. That would be fun. Oh, whoops. God damn it. God damn it. Whatever. I pressed the wrong button. Seriously, there's a lot of gender bends. Like, easily over 20 if I had to guess. Do I like using Gilgamesh? Not really. I'd rather use Ishtar. I fight with waifu. It's abundantly clear. The only exception to that so far is Merlin and Waver because I need them. These guys sure are stubborn. Dude, you just headbutt his ass. He's like, ouch! Luckily, Waver's a good dude. You know, after all these Elmaloy case files I've been reading, it's inevitable. I won! I can't believe it! I actually beat a Moors on my own. That was great. Don't sell yourself short. You're already strong, and you only get stronger the more you train. By the way, Gareth, right? I don't recall seeing you around here before. You should know there's still going to be a big battle here soon. It'd probably be safer heading to Norwich or Manchester instead of staying here. Unless you came here looking to join Londinium's roundtable army? We could really use all the help we can get at this point. Even so, I'm not so sure Londinium is the best place for a lovely girl like yourself. There's still a lot of holes in the roofs we haven't gotten around to patching up yet, not to mention the ghosts that haunt us at night. Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt, but... Did you really say your name was Percival? Yep, that's me. Good name for a human, isn't it? I'm pretty fond of it myself. Please, let me introduce myself more properly. I'm Gareth, attendant to the Child of Prophecy. And I'm happy to tell you that she's making her way to Londinium right now. Say what? Do Moors even have asses? Maybe they can shapeshift to have them. Could be. Gareth's really taking her time. Maybe I'm getting worked up over nothing, but I can't help but worry. You know, I think I'll go fetch some water myself. We can cross the hills after I get back. I'll go with, huh? Looks like Gareth's back. Huh, I wonder why she's jumping up and down all excited like that. I see she has someone with her, too. Someone tall and pretty handsome. I recognize that oversized breastplate. These magnificent breastplates. Hey guys, you'll never believe this. Look who I met. It's Percival. Leader of the Round Table Army and the strongest human in Britain. Oh. He's bashful. I'm sorry, I know this isn't the most proper introduction. It's an honor to meet you, Child of Prophecy, and you, Foreign Mage. I'm Percival, the Round Table Army's acting leader. I know I'm dressed like a knight, but I'm really just an ignorant country boy. I've never studied the ways of chivalry, so I hope you can forgive any inadvertent rudeness on my part. Hey, Redra, why are you so worked up? You mean you don't know? Percival is the only person in all of Fairy Britain who rides into battle on the back of a fairy horse. He's the strongest, most spiritual human ever. I can't think of a more touching sight than rider and horse in perfect sync, each trusting the other with their lives. Just imagine, a rider and their horse sharing one mind and one body. It would be a miraculous dream come true. Well, thank you. Kundry would be thrilled to hear that. I don't know what I'd do without her. Is it possible for Waver to eventually meet Rin Tosaka in Elmoloi case files? Yes. They do just that in The Adventures of Elmoloi II. Which I'll get to. Obviously, the Lostbelt has kind of wedged itself into my schedule and taken hostage. But I will return to Elmoloi. I understand why you're here now. You need a safe place to prepare for your confrontation with the Queen's army, yes? Then you're very welcome to stay with us in Londinium. I'm afraid it still needs a lot of repairs, so it's not in the best shape to welcome the Child of Prophecy. But it's also one of the most heavily fortified places in Britain, and I promise my soldiers and I will keep you safe while you plan your next move. The supply team is back with lumber. Let us get to work repairing these ramparts. Send 80% to the outer walls and 20% to the inner walls. Focus on patching up the kids' homes first. The disguised merchants are heading out to Norwich this afternoon to buy supplies. If there's anything you need, add it to the list. Don't be shy. We've got the Count backing us. Just go easy on the luxury goods. Yeah. Remember, we can't match the Fang Clan's speed. We need to fight smarter, not harder. Take a beat before following up your spear strikes. Your opponents will dodge them easily if you thrust too soon. Keep your spears pointed ahead of you as soon as you sense a shield coming. And don't forget to keep your sword on hand too, so you can also stab your opponent in their flank at the same time. Don't bother with bows and arrows, you'll never hit anyone, and the enemy will see you coming the moment you take aim. We'll have 10 archers firing volleys from the ramparts for defense. It should keep the enemy back, but if they actually hit someone, even better. I only know how to sharpen blades, but I can still help. Look, mister, the tip of your spear is chipped. The tip is chipped. You'll never beat the fairy's fangs with that. Why don't you stop by our smithy sometime? Ain't exactly pristine, but it's sure lively. Everyone's running around keeping busy with something. At a glance, it looks like they've got around 300 combat-ready soldiers, give or take. If you count the humans taking shelter here, that about doubles their numbers. They probably have the old and feeble ones doing needlework in the back. This is great. I love it. It's not an army so much as a whole city in the middle of being rebuilt. I'm gonna go look for brides. I know what you mean. The walls and roads may be in terrible shape. There's more life here than we've seen in any of the other cities. You found out? There's gotta be more than 20. There's gotta be more than 20. But I'm not gonna count it right now. I'll check it later. Of course, this is where London is located in proper human history. No wonder there's so much energy. Is something wrong? Oh, sorry, it's nothing. I was wondering why such a beautiful place was... Artoria? What were you thinking, Commander? You can't just go jumping off the ramparts and running off into the woods like that. You're the cornerstone of the Round Table Army, the hope of everyone in Londinium. You can't just wander off because something caught your eye anymore. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't notice you had people with you. Are you all here to join the Round Table Army? If you can come with me to registration at the town square, we can... That won't be necessary, Magare. These people aren't here to join us. They're very important guests, isn't that right, Oberon? Yep, at least for now. Whether they end up joining the Round Table Army or not is entirely up to Artoria. Oberon? Oh wow, it is Oberon! When did you get here? Hey everyone, it's Oberon! That big jerk Oberon is back! We need a mod. What are you talking about, Caesar? Oh, just because he's being very angry about it? I don't know. Just be respectful to each other. You can have differing opinions, but respect each other. Shoot, you asked me, have I ever watched Avatar: The Last Airbender? Sure have. Very good show. I like it. I like Korra more, which sounds just like sacrilege to some people, but whatever. Why is Dr. Roman cut out of the Lostbelt storyline? He's a part of the team? I think you might be better off watching my Lore of Fate Grand Order in Solomon's Temple of Time, that specific episode, because otherwise... that's spoilers. Big spoilers. I mean, they were a long time coming, but you might have more entertainment actually properly watching it. Or you could actually watch the Solomon anime. That got a movie. Have they changed any females into men? I don't think so. You're right, it's really him. It's Oberon the Cold-Hearted. You just showed up out of nowhere again. Where the hell you been all this time? You'd better be sticking around a while. You don't want to make the kids cry again, do you? Every time you leave, it takes a little longer to cheer them all back up. That goes for us ladies, too. You sweet nothings always make us feel like princesses. Oh, we love those little moments of affection. You also need to take care of us afterwards. We still have lots of work to do, you know. Really, Oberon? Hey, it's not what you think, okay? I'm a very serious person here in Londinium, I swear. Oh yeah, you're serious, alright. Serious even about putting on performances every chance you get. Whenever you show up, the whole Round Table army goes back to being ordinary citizens. It's the closest thing we have to festivals around here. Don't get me wrong. It helps us keep smiling even when times are tough. But wait, now hang on. Didn't you say the next time you came back you'd bring the Child of Prophecy with you? No way, is that... Oh crap! That's right, this is Artoria, the savior of Norwich you've all heard so much about. Her staff of selection was sent here from Paradise, just like Percival's spear of selection. She's the Child of Prophecy, the savior of Britain you've all been waiting for. Hooray! Hooray! Wait, what's coming out in 2024, SSJ? I don't remember what you're talking about. Oh, the live action on Netflix. Meh. I'm not too excited. Again, Netflix doesn't want my business because they're chasing me away. There's actually something really important that I've got to do. I'm still able to chat with you guys, but I have to pause the game temporarily. If you don't mind. So I'm just going to be here chatting up with you guys, taking care of something real quick before I open up the Lostbelt. Read your question? Who the hell is Seri-chama? I don't know what you're talking about! I didn't even know that was a question aimed at me. Yeah, I know about their live action. I'm sure it'll be better than M. Night's, but that's not much. Okay, then where's the question, Liam Hogg? I don't see a question from you to me. Oh wait, let me switch something over. Dude, I don't know how any of those people look. Liam. Yeah, I have no idea. So I couldn't tell you who is more handsome. I don't know. Netflix should hire me? That'd be weird. Where's my... I have a flash drive and I
Cannot find it! It's always missing! Always going missing. It's driving me.
There it is. Ah. Sorry, I'm back. I don't want to do a lore on the Christmas events. Catch you later, Seri-chama. Wait, Riki. Sorry. Hold on. I don't see a question from you, Riki. Oh, wait, there's... Oh, Kenny. Kitty. He just had dinner, so he's excited. Which do you feel is the optimal way to farm for pulls? I mean... I'm probably not the best one to ask that. I mean, I use 2 Castorias and a, and a Berserker Musashi, but you're probably not going to have that if you're farming for pulls. But maybe if you had someone like Nitocris who can easily reload their Noble Phantasm and AoE kill a lot of the enemies, you'd be in good shape. Can my cat say words? Only if you interpret them. Not really, I don't think so. I'm interested in whatever Fate has to tell, as long as it's cool and they have waifu. How about that? Otherwise, I don't really have a particular interest. Kenny, shh. Sorry, bear with me, guys. I'm almost done. Alright. Thank you guys for your patience. I needed to send some documents over to a claims department, so I appreciate your patience. Let me set this up again. I will be streaming for... Actually, now that I did that, I probably have more time. Probably for 2 hours more. Yeah, you guys stop talking about the gender bend thing. It's really annoying. It's not fun no more. Calm down, everyone. It's not important. Chaos, Steven, stop talking to each other. You're not a good chemistry. I'm sick of having to moderate people like that for no good reason. They be mingling. They be mingling. Huh. It really is like a festival. I guess we won't be able to talk to Artoria for a while. Seems like everyone in town's caught Child of Prophecy fever. Maybe we should help her out, Oberon? I got 19 reward boxes. Oh, okay. Yeah, those are probably just extra embers that I haven't used yet. Which class do you think a Dante Alighieri servant would be? Gosh, I forgot who Dante Alighieri is. It sounds familiar as hell, but my brain is on fire. Dawson, your question. Who would your top two without gender bends? Skak and Shiki, I guess? What are some of the famous heroes and such you'd love to see made into servants? I think I've said it many times. Diao-chan. I want Diao-chan. I think some of the characters from, like, Warriors Orochi would also be pretty cool. Yeah, I don't remember. That doesn't help me. Oh, he's from... Okay, so he's from Edmond Dantes. Gotcha. Is he? No. No, it just gave me the wrong thing on a Google search. God damn it. Ryu Hayabusa, sure. He'd definitely be strong. So many questions! I'm just trying to read the story. I'd love to finally see Saber Raiko and either Lancer or Berserker Achilles. Yeah. Well, Archangel Glenn, you're good. Saber... Okay, so wait. Yeah, Raiko is a Berserker, so it would make sense for her to be a Saber. Achilles, I feel, was okay. Have you taken a look at the Steam Next Fest die? There's a lot of game demos available. No, I haven't looked up that. I am playing a couple of different Steam games, though. Right now I'm playing Baldur's Sky. Hot Hell's Paradise Part. Yes! I'll catch it later, but I'm not watching it on stream. That's copyrighted. I can't do that. I gotta say, no, I can. I don't think she's too big on being fawned over like that. Oh, I'm sure she isn't. Artoria's always been keenly aware of the pressure that comes with fairies pinning their hopes on her. Oh, Jesus! So much pressure! Ah! At the same time, she's always been good at handling those very hopes. What do you think, Sarah? Should we rescue her from that crowd? I don't really have a choice, do I? I hate how the choices work. Oh, you look happy about this, Sarah. Is Artoria really handling this differently than usual? Sure is. Usually she stutters and fumbles for words of guilt and lack of confidence, but not this time. This is Londinium, a city that dreams of a proper future for Britain. The people she's talking to now aren't just hoping she'll keep them safe because they're only worried about themselves. She's seeing something much purer than that now. In fact, I'd bet she's actually proud to be the child of prophecy for the very first time in her life. It's like her eyes have been clouded by everything she's seen all this time, and she's finally seeing clearly. What do you mean? What do you mean? Gotcha, Gintoki said. Raiko would be best as Saber. Yeah. It would be nice. Her Berserker form is really kind of... I mean, she's pretty, but she's kind of annoying when she goes into her whole, like, summer form. Well, that's a Lancer form, but still, the mentality of stopping all fun lewd stuff while also being lewd, it's just kind of weird. Yeah. No, nothing, it's just another thought I had. I am the Fairy King, after all, so I thought I'd try my hand at a little poetic figure of speech for once. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm sorry everyone kept you so long. I hope it wasn't too much bother. Oh no, no bother at all. They were all incredibly nice. You'll have to tell them I enjoyed my time immensely. On another note... Hold on a second, my dog's by the power strip. I need to kind of move her around. Wait! Get out from under there, girl. Under that part of the desk isn't really meant for corgis. Well, no, she's got madness enhancement, but I'm just talking about... Her summer form doesn't, does she? I can't remember. I thought she was a Lancer or something. Summer forms are weird. Muramasa's the only one not here. Is he still talking to the townspeople? Hey, sorry I'm late. Had to take care of something. Turns out they do have a smithy here. But it's in a, But it's a damn shambles. What a weird expression. They got a great furnace, but only one guy who knows how to tend to it worth a damn. You gotta come take a look-see, Altoria. It's one hell of a fixer-upper. You got a ton of quartz crystals, too, so you can make all the glass stuff you want. Whoa, really? That sounds great! I'll definitely check it out. I did not see Steven sneak a question in. No, I did not see your previous question. Have you reconsidered seeing that? No, I can't see it. It's copyrighted. That is a no under all circumstances. It's not personal. But not right now. Percival was just about to show us to the Round Table's Army's war room. Round Table's Armies. I said it too quick. As a member of the Child of Prophecy's entourage, you're not to go, you are not to go off on your own like that anymore, got it? Child of Prophecy's entourage? When'd you turn to Miss High and Mighty? You haven't even rung one damn bell yet. All that attention go to your head or something? Nah, that ain't it. It's Nocturaya, isn't it? Hey, I get it. It must be rough seeing your old frenemy living it up as a queen. Then again, it's not like you two are working the same kind of materials. It's a shame you're a little too lacking in, sex appeal to be a queen yourself. Bullshit! Bullshit. I heard that, Muramasa! There's more than one way to be a king. Huh, guess you're right. Sorry, Artoria. Shouldn't have been running my mouth like that. Nocturaya's weird aura must have left a bigger impression on me than I realized. It's wonderful to see you getting along so well. And I don't just mean the two of you. I mean everyone. I was worried that the Child of Prophecy might be buckling under the weight of her incredible responsibilities. But it looks like I was worried for nothing. We could learn a lot from your example. Didn't you sex her up in one timeline? Yeah. But this is like asshole old man Shiro and not our young, lovable idiot Shiro. Well, you asked everyone, so I took that as an insinuation that you were asking chat and not me, because I'm trying to proceed with the story. Not at all. I'm the one who's learned a lot from the people of Londinium. I've been to plenty of different cities, and they've all had various class differences and complaints about the Queen. Even so, one thing they all had in common was a wish for someone to save them from their situation. But the people of this town are different. They're all so honest, and they don't depend on anyone else. Now that I've talked to them myself, I see that there are fairies standing up for humans, and humans standing up for fairies. They're not fighting just for themselves. They're standing up to the Queen to make things better for everyone else. And I think that's exactly what a true Knight of the Round Table should be. People who don't stand above or below one another, who all stand side by side to help one another. I have no way of knowing what a true Knight of the Round Table is supposed to be like. But it's true that the Round Table army isn't a resistance run solely by or for humans. We do want to change things for humans, but first we want to change all of Britain for the better. We don't differentiate between humans and fairies. We're just people who share a dream for the future. Even I'm no more than one... What the hell? Yeah. Even I'm no more than one of many such people Lord Oberon assembled. What a line. Dawson, what's up? Yeah, I know. Anime tier list. I know. If you had to choose which servants would you want to see in a Grail War, which would you want to see in a Grail War? My favorites, I guess. I mean, I'm always happy to see Mordred. It would be cool to see Skahak in an actual Grail War and not just FGO stuff. I suppose that would be good. Basically, all the FGO characters who haven't been in a mainline Fate entry other than FGO could do a more traditional or whatever Grail War. I guess that's how I'd feel about that. Lord Oberon? Oberon, you don't mean... No wonder you were so weirdly popular. That's right. Lord Oberon founded the Round Table Army. Ah. He saved me when I had nowhere else to go, removed the curse on Londinium, and carefully, quietly traveled Britain in search of like-minded people. And he works himself to the bone to keep us funded. Though I've also heard he's earned a reputation as a notorious debtor throughout Britain. Fujino in a Grail War? I mean, if she wanted to be, I guess. But she's not on my priority list. A lot of soldiers are under the impression that I'm the Round Table Army's leader. But I believe that role belongs to Lord Oberon. Come on, cut that out. I've told you before, all I did was invest in this operation. You're the Round Table Army's leader, Percival. You're the one who grew it to this size. Alright, if you insist, Lord Oberon. Is there a person in FGO, or not in FGO, you wish was introduced as a servant for any specific story arc? No. I want to read the stories that are already out at the moment. I don't have, like, a dream singularity or servants, necessarily. As long as what's there is good. Or are you saying characters who aren't in FGO, but are part of Type Moon in general that should be? I guess it'd be cool to see someone like Aoko Aozaki show up. That would be nice. Anyway, now that you're all more acclimated to Londinium, let me show you to our headquarters. Unfortunately, it's the only place so far to be both well guarded and have a proper roof. Sorry about that. Hang on, Percival. What's this picture up on the wall? Picture? Oh, that's a mural that was painted during the Fey era. None of us really knows much about it, though. I've seen this before. It's the big fuzzy antler thing. Who would win, CL or Kirei? That's a good question. I'd like to think that CL could totally kick his ass because she's got more powers. But, yeah. Like, literally any fictional character who I wish was in FGO. I don't know. My brain is fried from all these questions, honestly. I'm trying to think. Like, hypotheticals don't work for me while I'm trying to keep track of a complicated story as is. But... I thought we already had that question. I thought I said it would be cool to do, like, Code Geass type characters. Since they already have Mystic Eyes, it would fit their lore. Or you could equate them to Mystic Eyes. That thing is chunky, bruh. No, I don't think Alaya would show up as CL. Arcuade is in a unique situation to be summoned the way she was. Is that 6 fairies dancing around a large beast? It almost looks like they're holding a festival. But I've never seen any beast like that in Britain before. Looks like some kind of monster to me. Maybe a personification of the calamities? I don't know if I agree with that. The beast almost looks like it loves them. I think so, true. You probably can't see it because you probably can't feel it because you're a proper human history heroic spirit, Muramasa. But this beast is definitely depicted as very loving. Who would win in a fight? Emiya, you're just giving me more questions now that I said it's driving me crazy. I'd like to think Emiya Assassin could win. If Shiro can beat Kirei when he's throwing, you know, corrupt turds of mud from the Grail, you know. Catch you later, Kengo X77. No British fairy would be afraid of this mural. If anything, I think it'd be seen as grand. Huh? Because I'm a proper human history heroic spirit? God, that's a thing. That's a loaded sentence. Grand, huh? I can't tell how it feels to Gareth and Habitrot since I'm not a fairy myself. But this wouldn't happen to be a religious painting, would it, Percival? A religious painting? I'm sorry, I don't know what that word means. All I know is that this mural originally belonged to the fairies of Orkney, the Rain Clan. It's said that a knight of Londinium brought it there from the ruins of Orkney, while Londinium was still being constructed. Apparently it depicts the creation of Britain, and in old fairy language it's known as the Abyssal Worm, and the Abyssal Worm! The Abyssal Worm! He's like all squiggly and shit, but he's all big and fuzzy now. Doesn't sound like a worm! An Abyssal Worm? What is that? What?
Huh?
That's weird. Did she just like pop her head out of the wall? Is something wrong, Sarah? Did you see someone suspicious over there? I feel like I'm being watched. Hey, Da Vinci, you said this was a religious painting, right? You mean you think it's a god? Yeah, it probably is. The Cult of the Worm! The 6 fairies known here are obviously stand-ins for the 6 clans, probably the original forefathers. And whatever that big thing is, they're clearly worshipping it. That has to mean this creature stands above the fairies, which would make it a god. But the thing is, there are no gods in Fairy Britain. Like I said, the Great Cathedral is only for show. I've been to almost every city in Britain looking for information, and I've never seen another mural like that. That's my point. This mural's been around since before Morgan's rule. Hell, it's been around since before Fairy Britain was even a thing. Oh, so it's depicting something from the Fae era, before it became the era of the High Queen? Are there any figures in history or myth you believe the writers of Fate would refuse to introduce as characters? Probably the biggest thing is things that would trigger people like Jesus and Muhammad, so I don't know if there's equivalents like that. Characters who just having your own creative version of them would be seen as like blasphemy, I guess. Or insensitive or something. Maybe more black servants. There aren't a lot of that. Samus Aran is a great character. Yeah, I like her. A lowly Hitler. There you go. That's a good one, Carefree. And does that mean Queen Morgan doesn't know about this mural? Nah, she must. And it's probably no accident that it was left out of the history books. Once Morgan became queen, she wanted to be the only power the fairies believed in. So she erased the concept of godhood from Britain by pretending it never existed. That way, it could never pose a threat to her rule. It may just be that this mural holds part of the answer as to what causes the calamities. And why there are no gods in Britain. Too bad the only words on it are written in Old Fairy-an. I can't make heads or tails of it. Can you read it, Oberon? Here, look. This part here definitely looks like writing. I'm sorry, but no. I can kind of read the modern fairy language now, but this is beyond me. I guess the only people who can read this are in Camelot's administration. I see. Well, that's too bad. I think any historical figure that's like really too new or too recent is not going to be a good choice. Gosh, I had no idea this picture was so important. I'm sorry, I'm too uneducated to be of any help. Still, if that's important, if it's that important, I'll make arrangements to have it properly preserved right away, instead of leaving it to be exposed to the elements. I'll also look for historians and have them dig around to see if there are any other notable artifacts. If we're lucky, they might be able to turn up some other precious records. Good idea. Once we take over Norwich, we should have a lot more personnel to work with. Either way, we need to get to work on restoring Londinium, so the sooner we can put together a plan, the better. I'm sorry, did you just say take over Norwich?
Yahoo! Yoshi!
Gosh, we've only gone through 2 nodes this whole time because they're so freaking chunky. Chunky monkey. Welcome to the War Room. We repurposed a room from the bell tower because it gives us a view of all Londinium. We've also repurposed the rooms on the floor right below as guest rooms, so I hope you'll find them to your liking. Thanks, but we have something more important to talk about now. Are you serious about taking over Norwich? I thought the Round Table Army's only enemy was the Queen. What reason could you have to attack anywhere apart from Camelot? You're right, normally such a thing would be unthinkable for us, but we can't afford to ignore what's going on in Norwich. Your valiant efforts did lead to the destruction of the Calamity at Norwich. But the instant the Child of Prophecy left Camelot, Spriggan petitioned the Queen for military aid. That's the other thing, anything too new straight up wouldn't work in all likelihood, not enough mystery. Yeah, but I feel like they've been pushing their boundaries, especially with like the US presidents and stuff, combining into Edison and whatnot. He's still pretty old, but our country is not, America isn't as old as a lot of other stuff. Isn't Tanya from Tanya the Evil Hitler? No. You did not watch that show properly. That is not who she is. Or maybe you haven't seen the show. It's worth checking out, but she's not that. He claims that the residents of Norwich now support the Child of Prophecy, and are now traitors to the crown. So we have to rescue them! Okay. He's using the Child of Prophecy as an excuse to massacre fairies and take back his land. Are we not surprised? We only learned about this yesterday from the secret correspondence sent by someone calling himself the Count. Pepe! The Queen's forces will probably arrive at Norwich tonight. I doubt we have more than 2 days to spare. We've already put out a call for our comrades across the land to come back to Londinium. Is it possible for Rin Tosaka to train with a servant at some point? Yeah, probably, and all she has to do is summon one. I can imagine it would be cool seeing, like, Castor, Medea, and Rin working together for once, and, like, learning from each other. That'd be neat. As soon as they're all here, we'll set out for Norwich. Our goal is to occupy Norwich's gate and take control of the city before Spriggan can have his citizens massacred. even if they paint us as barbaric invaders for doing so. Sun Wukong is a good idea, Caitlin. I think that's a good one. Catch you later, Vladimirovna. Tell me if I'm ever butchering your name. That would suck, because I read it every month. I don't much like our chances of victory. Norwich's people aren't going to be happy to see us. Most fairies just think of the Round Table Army as a gang of militant humans. Yay! I doubt they'd see much difference between the Round Table Army and Spriggan, really. A gang of human militants. But please, I don't want you all worrying about that. We're the ones who made this call. This isn't your battle to fight. You're here to recover. You'll be safe in Londinium. Not even the Queen's Magecraft can reach you here. Sarah. I know how Arturia must be feeling right now, too. You want me to be the one to say it, don't you? Let's go ring that bell, Arturia. Yeah, I guess you're right. Oh man, this is gonna be rough. Read the question. You've seen the show. How is she not Hitler? Or at least like it? Because she's not even the ruler of her... No. She's not leading that whole military operation in the first place. She has her own little squad in it, but... Yeah. Alright, I understand. I've made up my mind too. Percival, you haven't once asked for my help. And neither did the people of Londinium. All you've done is encourage me and worry about me. You haven't demanded I save you in return, or anything at all. You've only wished me luck. So I'm going to do my part too. Do you think people from American Civil War, especially the Confederacy, be a step too far for the writers? Just curious. Probably. I think there's a hell of a lot better mythology to work with than that. Hell of a lot more ancient and more interesting as well. Sun Wukong does have an entry in the wiki. I thought there was even a picture of him. Well, there's a version of him in Koha Ace. That's what I was looking at, probably. But that's a bit more of a joke. Huh.
When you want to save on gear that rocks.
He's in the Adventures of El Malloy. God damn it, stop that. Merlin's not immortal. He's just stuck in the tower forever and ever. Like, I mean, if you're in Avalon, I guess you don't age or die or whatever, but yeah. So please help me. Help me show everyone that the Round Table Army isn't just some gang of militant humans, but comrades of the Child of Prophecy who are just as intent on saving Britain as she is. It would be my genuine pleasure, Arturia.
Thank you. Oh.
I can't say if this battle of ours will ultimately be for good or for evil, but I can swear upon this land that we'll do our best to make you proud. Allow me to fill you in on the makeup of the Round Table Army. We use foundation on our faces, and then right beneath our eyes is something we call eyeshadow. Be sure to trim all of your... Actually, no, we pluck our eyelashes and put on fake ones. We like the fake ones. Be sure to shave your eyebrows and paint them on with a marker. You look exceptionally stupid. We have one company made up about 400 fairies and humans under my command that serves as our main military force. We also have 5 platoons, about 50 soldiers each. 2 of the platoons are led by 2 fairy knights who are part of the Queen's army. Auralia and... what is it, like Etol? Something like that. Fuck. Another name I'm gonna have to learn. Stop doing this, Fate. The other 3 are led by human knights. Kenwood, Landon, and Calvus. I'll introduce you to everyone later. We have another 5 squads made up of like-minded comrades, but they're still in training. Their instructor is Secretary Magare, whom you all met earlier. Did I? I don't remember. Londinium is also home to a large number of civilians, as you saw for yourselves. Teddy Roosevelt? I don't know. Dawson, what's your answer? Tanya's not a Nazi. No, she's not. They're the ones who handle construction, sewing, cooking, smithing, governance, and education. It's a lot of work for only 300 people, but they've all been doing a great job. Next, I should tell you about the city's reconstruction timetable, and the amount of resources we'll need to procure each month in order to... Whoa, hold on, Percival. Why don't you just tell me all the nitty-gritty stuff later? Right now, it's probably better if we just focus on the Norwich attack. I mean, see for yourself. Doing her best to listen politely, even though she's barely following along. I don't know much about Johnny Appleseed, to be legit. I don't know. See? They hit their limits a while ago. You have to understand it's only been the 8 of us for a while now. So you really need to ease them into discussions involving the best use of thousands of personnel, you know? You're right, I'm sorry. I was just so touched by what Lady Artoria said that I didn't realize I was running my mouth. I'm so embarrassed. No, that's okay. I'm pretty rambly when I'm happy, too. She's so cute. The facial expressions. But could you just call me Artoria like you did before? I don't think I'm ready for lady yet. Of course, Artoria. Alright, let me try this again. We plan on sending half of my company and 3 of our platoons to Norwich, so about 400 soldiers in total. In the meantime, the Count has gathered a group of anti-Queen, well, anti-Spriggan really, MPs, and residents in Norwich who are also willing to fight. I'm told they number about 400 as well. So between ourselves and the Count's forces, we should have about 800 total soldiers. That's what we'll have to defeat the troops the Queen sends from Camelot with. And to help you reach the bell tower in Spriggan's castle. 800, huh? Ain't much if you're hoping to take control of both the city and Spriggan's castle. Not to mention we'll be up against fairies, while half of our soldiers are human. You're not worried you might be outclassed? No, I'm not. The Round Table Army uses weapons and tactics that are optimized for fighting fairies. Fight the fairies! Fight the fairies! I have complete faith in our ability to make up for the difference in power. However, Spriggan's Vault Castle, as he calls it, will be too much for us to handle. It's an impregnable iron tower that neither human nor fairy can possibly break through. So I'd like to ask for your help in infiltrating it. Sarah, Lord Oberon has told me about your magecraft. He says that you're capable of summoning warriors in battle that can easily defeat an entire platoon. We won't be able to break through the vault's castle gate by sheer force, Our only hope is for a small team to sneak inside and open it from within. It will be a dangerous mission, but would you be willing to accept it? Sure. Sure. Just don't bring up Merlin Magecraft now, Sarah. Why? Thank you, Sarah. With you and Artoria helping, I think we have a real chance of victory. The platoons we have on patrol in the south right now will be back by evening. Once they arrive, we'll set out for Norwich. Ideally, we should be able to arrive under cover of night and take control of the city before Spriggan can react. I have no idea who Wojtek, the soldier bear? Never heard of him. That could be very interesting. I hope you don't mind that I'll be leading the charge once we arrive, Artoria. Not at all. This is your army. You should be giving the orders. Alright, I'll go plan our attack with this new development in mind. The Count was kind enough to enclose a map with this letter. That should help us secure a route inside. Man, Count Pepperon doesn't miss a tick, does he? I expect we'll be leaving in about 3 hours. Until then, take some time to relax. Gotcha. I'm gonna go pay the textile workshop a visit then. That pile of unused cloth scraps was downright obscene. I know the weavers must be busy, but you could make so many cute clothes for the children with all that. So I'm gonna go help them out and prove just how dependable old Habby Cat can be. As for me, I consider myself your apprentice now, Percival. So I'd love it if you could give me more lessons on how to improve my lance skills. Of course, though I'm afraid I can only spare the time until the strategy outline comes in. I'm gonna go give the kids at the smithy some pointers. As far as I can tell, this whole city's only got one decent blacksmith and a bunch of apprentices. I guess I better go put some overtime since I can't help much with the battle. Is there anything you'd like me to look into, Percival? Yes, I'd like you to see what's happening in Oxford. Woodwoes is the most likely of all the clan heads to lose patience first. So after Norwich, I'm guessing he'll be our next major threat. I'm inclined to agree, yes. I'll talk to Aurora as well, see if she can keep him occupied for us. Tanya's timeline is in World War I. I mean, isn't it like a fictional version? It's just like themed off of World War I, you know? Since we know that characters in the stories can be summoned as servants, which Lord of the Rings character would you prefer seeing? Dude, that's easy, Aragorn. My younger self would have said Lancelot, but I actually think Aragorn is way cooler. In the long run. Armies are just one of the tools for fighting a war, Da Vinci. You see, Woodwoes has kind of a thing for Aurora lately. So if the woman he wants so much, but hasn't given him the time of day, suddenly wanted to see him... No, it's not a stupid question. Yeah. Just emphasizing that that's not some kind of Nazi propaganda anime. Even if it looks like that from a distance, because even in my video on Tanya, Saga of Evil, I dealt with that dilemma as well. Oh, don't worry, Aurora's a lot more open-minded than you might think. She'll be genuinely happy to show Woodwoes some affection. It's like Valkyria Chronicles, you know? It's another one of those pseudo-European wars. Heavily inspired. Same with Attack on Titan. Everyone's like, Attack on Titan's like Korean propaganda, like anti-Korean propaganda. I'm like, wait, what? No. You're reading far too far into it, especially when it's all European in bases. But yeah, I need to go to the restroom again. I'll be right back. I'm back. I think it would be cool to have a bear servant, Steven. You're right. That would be interesting for sure. Ugh. Okay, I'm back. Ugh. No, wait. As kind as she is, she might actually make Woodwoes fall hard for her. I better make her understand being too nice to him might lead him on a bit. Alright, I'm gonna fly over to Salisbury. If all goes well, I'll see you guys again in Norwich. Okay, I'm gonna go introduce myself to Secretary Magari. Magari. Or Magards. Magards. Or Magards. I don't know. What are you gonna do, Sarah? Artoria? I'm going to take Percival up on his kind offer and take a nap in the room below. Naps. It looks like we have a long nighttime march ahead of us, so we need to rest up. I need to rest up while I can. Should probably check in on... No, I don't want to... Fuck Retrobit. Okay then, everyone please meet back here in 3 hours. Our assault on Norwich begins at sunset. The garrison point. I was born on a human ranch and raised in Salisbury, along with a number of other children. They probably needed more humans to fight against the Moors. They treated us all very well. They didn't just provide us with food, clothing, and shelter, they also built a school for us to attend. Huh. I remember how much that surprised me, since I'd always heard that any humans who leave a ranch would never be free. But that's why I've never had any animosity toward fairies. It's thanks to them that I grew up big and strong and eventually got this spear. However, I still know very little about the fairy who took me in. It's probably because they raised a lot of human children, not just me. Yeah, I read your answer, Liam. around the time I became a full-fledged soldier. I heard that the fairy who had taken us all in from the ranch passed away. Shortly afterwards, the rearing house where our school had been was shut down, and I put Salisbury behind me. After that, I dedicated myself to combat training until I took on an escort job in a small forest village. I was told I should enter the next joust in Camelot. I even got a letter of recommendation. Ooh, I heard about that! That was the Robin Redbreast tournament they held 5 years ago. So you were the human knight who made it all the way to the finals. That's amazing! Yes, I was quite lucky to make it to the end, though I had a very poor showing in the finals. Still, I'm glad I was able to speak with Queen Morgan directly. It gave me the resolve I needed to make up my mind. Talking to her made it clear that she sees humans and fairies as both no more than tools. She's perfectly satisfied with the current state of Britain and has no intention of changing it. So who's the most modern servant in Fate franchise anyways? I don't know, I thought it would be people like... I thought it would be the American servants. You know, America's a pretty newer country as far as the long expanse of history is concerned. And yes, Dawson, that's fair assessment. Huh, no kidding. This whole rebel army thing was originally your idea. Was it Oberon who came up with the idea of making it into the Round Table Army then? You know what, scratch that, I take it back. Voyager, dude. Voyager has got to be like the most recent servant, right? I think so. With the exception of pseudo-servants. Yes, there you go, Normace. You're absolutely right. Was it Oberon who came up with the idea of making it into the Round Table Army then? Yes, it was. My comrades and I were protecting a merchant caravan from Moor's attacks one day when Lord Oberon came up to me and said, "You'll never get anywhere like that, Percival, if you keep this up. Your white light will rust." From then on, he began managing us himself, and before I knew it, our rebel army became the Round Table Army. So he's your manager. He's your agent. Gotcha. So what's this white light of yours anyway? You're only human, so if you're defeating fairies with it, it must be pretty impressive. Oh, it's not a technique. White light is my spear here. Na 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 na. You know that song from Tales of Zestiria? Gonna be the white light. That song was way cooler than the actual game. The game is pretty good in its own right. The characters were cool, the story was cool, it was the mechanics that sucked. It's the Spear of Selection. One of Ash's weapons. The fairy who took me in gave it to me. Apparently it's a holy spear that only responds to one without sin, and no fairy can use it. No, you fairy! Get your hands off of it! You fairy! Don't touch it. A Freddie Mercury servant would not make me happy. Who is Voyager? It's a servant based off of the actual satellite that we launched into space. It's kind of a weird one. It's from a Fate spin-off, so it's not the most conventional servant. Yeah. He's from Fate Requiem. Selection. Does that make it like your staff, Artoria? I'm not sure, but I think they're at least a little different. I mean, one's a spear and one's a staff. I do sense something similar about them, but the spear feels, well, empty? I can tell it's an amazing weapon, but it also seems like it's not chosen anymore. I'd agree with that. I sense the same thing whenever I hold it. It feels like a piercing wave of regret and profound grief over the past failure. The things that are wrong with Tales of Zestiria are, the skill system is absolutely utterly broken and way too convoluted. The attempt to get all the skills that you want to line up in that weird little grid to get the multipliers and stuff involves you going through the game and, like, getting perfect drops. You have to, like, farm enemies that drop the weapon, and you have to be careful that the weapon they drop has the specific skill you want in it. And then you have to transfer them from weapon to weapon. It was all really annoying, and it didn't work very well. That was the problem. It just didn't work that well. Also, the game completely broke itself by using that same skill system as its leveling mechanic. So that, based on the skills your character has equipped, every time you level up, you get different stat increases. So not all people who reach max level are going to have the same stats. If you didn't do the skill tree correctly, if you didn't have good skills on your characters as you leveled up throughout the game, your stats are actually piss poor, which means that when you're trying to do the upper level difficulties and stuff like that, like the hardest boss on the hardest difficulty, is pretty broken. The final boss is also an absolute cheater, where if you don't pass a DPS check, you get an instant lose, which is really frustrating and stupid. It's not an interlink, I forgot what they called it, like armatization I think it was, where you fuse with your buddy, was absolutely game-breaking because it combined the stats of the two people. So it made you running around on foot as a person and not in an armatized form, or whatever the hell they called it, was actually really inefficient. You could die in like 2 hits because your defense stat was too low. You needed the combined defense stat of another partner. They didn't balance that correctly into the game. And then the weirdest thing was like trying to make the ultimate weapons at the end of the game was like really confusing. It's like, you could have a weapon that has horrible stats, but lets you mix whatever skills you want on it, or you could have really good stats and really horrible skills. And I'm just like, I don't get it. I'm so confused. It was just way too convoluted. Berseria fixed all of those things. That's why it came to be known as the White Light. Wait, why is it? I missed it. Oh, the spear's inner lamentations well up every time I swing it. Okay. Weird. The spear is no longer meant for saving fairies. Now it only exists to kill them. That's not how it was originally supposed to be used, but that also means it's the only weapon out there able to stand up to the Tamlin. It's true that only one without sin can wield it. I expect there'll come a time when I won't be able to wield it. Chaos, what difficulty were you doing it on? Because that's important. Because you have to do, what is it, like... The challenge was be on the hardest difficulty, do the special version of Heldalf where you actually unlock his powers. It's one of those games where you have like a limiter on his powers. If you do like a side quest or something, it actually makes the final boss harder. Kind of like Star Ocean 2. And then you go and fight him and it's like an absolute nightmare. I expect there'll come a time when I won't be able to wield it. That's not true, Percival. You're a wonderful person. You protect the weak, and you never act out of self-interest. You're the ideal knight. You could never be seen as a sinner. If I tried to use that spear, I'd be rejected before I could even touch it for the sin of being too weak. No, I'm talking about like when you stretch Tales of Zestiria's mechanics to like 100%, get every trophy, do that ultimate final battle challenge. The game, yeah, it doesn't hold up as well. beating it on normal difficulty's fine. The game is more than enough balanced for that. Dawson, what do you think is the closest? What? I don't understand what you're talking about, Dawson. Although I'd prefer to stay clear from Nazi talk in my live stream, even if it's in creative fiction in this case. I mean, you can't forget that Full Metal Alchemist, though, had, you know, the Führer. It's a bit different, but yeah, there was actually... Well, Hitler was actually in the Conqueror of Shambhala, remember? What do you think of Simo Hayez? I don't know. I don't know who that is, actually. Oh yeah, Hexen Isle. That's crazy. Yep. No, I almost 100%ed that game, and I think that was the only thing I couldn't do, was whatever they called defeating Heldolf. There's a certain version of Heldolf, I forgot what it was. I had a strategy guide back in the day, too, and they talked about that. Even with the strategy guide, the skill system made absolutely no sense. And it even had a guide showing exactly which enemies dropped which weapons, with which skills, in which slots. And then I go out there and I try to do it. It also was really confusing, because you had to, like... The difference in level between you and the given enemy you're fighting also determines what enemy, or what drops that enemy dropped, which is really confusing. You couldn't just fight the enemy, get the drop. You had to fight the enemy on the certain difficulty that put it at the certain level. Ugh, absolute nightmare. And they conveniently designed it so that most of your characters, when you're trying to line up the skills, the enemies that drop them would intentionally drop them in other places. So, like, certain combinations were just, like, not compatible without that stupid weapon that doesn't do any damage kind of thing. Like, it was weird. I've never met a game quite like that. If I tried to use that spear, I'd be rejected before I could even touch it for the sin of being too weak. Don't be silly, Gareth. You know there's no such sin. Dawn is approaching, Percival. It was a difficult march, but we made it in time. Shall we deploy the troops once we cross the next hill? Please do. I'm putting Landon in charge of the company while I'm gone. I'd like you and him to remain on standby for 1 hour. The Child of Prophecy and I will go on ahead and make our way into Norwich using the route through the sewage system the Count opened for us. Once we're inside Norwich, we'll rendezvous with the Anti-Spriggan faction. Which non-playable FGO character you wish were playable? Oh, shit. I don't know. I thought there was one, and I can't remember it anymore. NPC servants. I mean, we don't have... It's Aphrodite, right? The smoker? We don't have her as a servant, so that's one of them. Star Ocean Last Hope was the 4th one on Xbox 360, right? After that, we'll start a riot in the city and take advantage of the confusion to open the main gate from the inside. Once it's open, I want your troops to neutralize the Queen's soldiers on the ramparts. A lot of people wanted Agravain. Oh yeah, that's what you just said, Normace. I read it. Is it Argervine? Argervine. Oh yeah, it came out on PS3 later as the international version, I believe. Which is superior because it had, like, anime-style portraits. He's the deadliest sniper in world history. Ah, I see. Very interesting. Once the enemy forces have been neutralized, we'll surround the Vault Castle. Understood. Please be careful out there, Commander. That goes for you too, Aurelia. I'm sorry to ask so much of you again. That's okay, I'm used to it. Child of Prophecy, please look after Percival. It's not Agravain. It's Agravain, like he's aggravated. Like aggravated assault. That's like almost exactly how you spell it. My brother played that particular Star Ocean. Dude, Star Ocean 2 is... Ooh, that game is hard. Oh my god. Super hard. If you... Because it's another one of those where you go through a side quest to make the final boss, like, exponentially harder. And he was already brutally hard when I was playing it. And to be fair, I'm not going to go just with what a localization says necessarily when it comes to Fate. They're wildly inconsistent. Especially with the FGO localization. There you have it. From here on, we'll be on our own. Our goal is to infiltrate Norwich while it's still dark and create a distraction. Please make sure you're thoroughly prepared, Sarah. This is probably going to be a long battle. But if you show me a historian pronouncing the word like that, and it's like native tongue, then I'm like, okay, fine. Then you're right. I just don't trust the dub for Fate as much anymore. Hey, you're right on time, Sarah. Get Pepperon, you're here! How's it going, my friend? Well, of course, hun. I invited you, didn't I? I'll go wherever I have to, be it the sewers or the morgue. I'm not afraid to get dirty. Now let's see who else we've got here. Miss Da Vinci, Muramasi, Garethy, Habitrot, and... Oh my! What have we here?
An enemy?
An enemy? Ugh, where? Save me, Percy. Save me.
Percy?
Please stop, Count. We don't have time for this. I'm not saying the dubs are bad. I actually like the way they sound. I'm just saying sometimes they get the character names completely wrong. They really do. They still don't know how to say Cuchulainn for the life of them, which is crazy. Okay, you're right. I'm sorry. I just got a little excited since I've never seen anyone like him before. Welcome to Norwich's sewer system. I take it you're Percival of the Round Table Army? I'm Count Pepperona, but please call me Count. Oh, so you're the Count. My apologies, I thought you were a night call at first. You know, I forgot what the hell night calls are supposed to be. Are they monsters that I've fought? Which one? It's a pleasure to meet you, Count. Yes, I am Percival of the Round Table Army. Thank you for telling us about this crisis in Norwich. I have no idea what you're saying, Chaos. I'm confused. They're fairies who became too obsessed with their purpose and turned into a different kind of Moor. Well, okay, I guess I don't remember what they look like then. Because all the Moors just look like the same weird blob statue as far as I've seen. Have we run into a night call yet? Oh, Kana, no. Come here. Please don't get near the power strip. Don't whiz on the electric fence. I hate Ren and Stimpy, but that is a funny-ass song. So your question, Dawson, would you rather be in Dead Man Wonderland or Black Lagoon? Black Lagoon. That's pretty easy. What was a night call? Oh, like the cat enemy that kept attacking us. Oh, pfft. So it's like a shadow servant. That's not a very good example, because it's not even an original sprite. Okay, I gotcha. Not at all, hun. If anything, I should be thanking you guys for handling the bloody parts for me. Huh. I just noticed one of you was missing. What happened to him, Sarah? Oberon? Well, I'm not even talking about, like, Artoria and Altria. I'm talking about terms like Gundo shots. Like, nobody can be consistent. No form of those dubs are consistent on how they say it. It's really annoying. Oberon, he's not the sort to be on the battlefield. He's all about having the right people for the right job. No, I'm talking about that peppy friend of yours, Redrabitty. I don't know, I don't care. Redrabit stayed behind in Londinium. He said he wasn't going to come along if he pulled the carriage. Pretty sure most Celtic languages were preemptively designed to punish English speakers. I mean, how do you figure? You think they just made up sounds and then made them very contrary to the way it was spelled just to screw with people? I still liked the dub for Grand Carnival, though. That was funny. Oh, I see. That was smart of him. Aurora must have taught him well. Okay then, let me show you the way. Once you reach the surface, I'm going to have you all split up into 2 teams. Team B will draw the Queen's soldiers away from the main road, and Team C will unlock the main gate from the inside. Artoria, Muramasi, you two will be Team B. Percival, Garethy, Habitrot, you 3 will be Team C. Sarah, I want you and Da Vinci to support both teams. We're seriously outnumbered here, so you'll need to hustle to ensure both teams have as much servant power as they need. You can handle that, right? This is hardly your first rodeo, after all. Couldn't help but notice there was no Team A in that lineup. You're right. We'll have to remedy that someday. Once you're a real master in the true sense of the word, you, me, and Kadok can all be Team Tade together. I can't wait! I'm a better master than you, bro. Understood. Shall we? What, is Dai joking? I don't know, I'm just entertaining your idea as a hypothetical. I'm not a historian in that regard. I just think it's funny how most Celtic words are completely not as they're spelled. At all. You're fine, Carefree Dot. I appreciate that. I'm just trying to remember what, you know, they didn't show us a very good example of what they looked like. Oh yes, it's time Spriggan finally got what's coming to him. Spriggan. Oh my god. Kick his ass. Lord Spriggan, the Round Table army has begun attacking the main gate. You don't say. The Round Table army isn't like the other rebels. They are in fact a proper army. They would never launch a frontal assault on our gate with only 300 soldiers. Which must mean... Lord Spriggan, the Queen's soldiers are reporting that the Norvitians have begun an armed uprising throughout the city. How far are we into part 2? I don't know. I do not know how far we are. I mean, we're still on Node 11. This is the last piece of Node 11, isn't it? Well, okay, you're right. Ritsuka kind of depends on Mystic Codes to do any kind of magecraft. So you're right there, Normace. Pepperon could probably kick Ritsuka's ass in a fair fight, as it were. The Child of Prophecy there among them? Yes, sir. She has the townspeople so inspired that the Queen's soldiers are having a hard time fending them off. Now that's more like it. Lord Spriggan? Please stay with us, sir. We need you to give our soldiers or... Don't worry, I'm perfectly calm. Tell our soldiers this. Defend your posts until the Queen's army has been neutralized, after which you are to either surrender or retreat to the Vault Castle. Focus all your efforts on defense, and avoid harming civilians whenever possible. Got that? Remember, only the Queen's soldiers should be fighting the Child of Prophecy. Did anything miss while you came back from your break? Yeah, I guess so. I mean, we met Percival, and we are going to attack Norwich right now to liberate it from stupid friggin' Spriggan. Tell our soldiers that their only concern should be defending Norwich. Oh, and tell the guards stationed at the bell tower to stand down. I'll go greet the guests myself. Yes, sir! Alright, Sarah of Chaldea. Let's see what you can do. I hope you've got what it takes, because everything is riding on your shoulders. If the Child of Prophecy really does have a shot at victory, she may not be such a bad investment. Besides, I was getting fed up with pulling the wool over these damn fairies' eyes. What's funny is I always used to call the monsters the friggin' Spriggans, you know, the big stone dudes. Okay, what are we doing here? Oh, I set 2 NPC servants? What? NPCs? Oh. They're not letting me use Artoria this time around. Hey, what am I fighting? What am I fighting? Okay. Like, a little bit of everything. Alright. Do we have a waiver in the house here? We do! If we go far enough, we get a waiver. But how are your skills? Do your skills suck? I was freaking trying to put... Now I gotta go find Canis again. Canis, where are you? There you are. You're only here because I'm trying to, And then they dropped my craft essence. You bastards. And then I was using Morgan, correct? Where are you, Morgan? You're still like level... There we go. Yeah, that'll do. Waver is always working hard indeed. Wait, OtakuDaiKun is just wondering, I know it was a joke, but how do you know about Celtic languages? Well, no, I'm talking about the way that Celtic languages are Romanized. Like, if you read something like Skahak properly, like, or from an, you know, just reading the English, it would be like Scathatch. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Or Kuchulain. is how we would say it. So very few things that I've seen, at least any of the proper nouns and terms in Fate Grand Order that I've come across that are Celtic in origin, are spelled at all. Like you would see it interpreted. Like Nocnarea. It's like Nocna Riab or something. I'm like, where did you get the Rhea? It's just so weird. So it would be easier to read it, you know, knowing that. It's kind of like French. French is also weird like that. Half the syllables in French are like silent vowels and things that you can't see. I don't know enough about Celtic languages to pick one. If not, it's like, is it more than one language? Are they different dialects? How does that one work? Yes, Fate Grand Order in North America has reached Chapter 6 of the Lostbelt. Dude, I don't know which war I'd rather be a part of. How do you get Fate Grand Order? I mean, luckily I live in, you know, a region where you can just download it from the App Store. Some people have to emulate it, and I don't know if it's that easy anymore. Did you see your answer? Sorry. Written under the rule, it's a culture of subculture, I think? Slavs or Germanic? Yeah, I don't know. I'm very naive to all that stuff, admittedly. I know it sounds cool. I'm just saying it doesn't read as you would perceive with your eyes. Like, at least if you have an understanding of English. But English is just as stupid, too, because it has words like school, which don't make any sense. School, or whatever. So this is node 12 too, are they? There are 24 nodes until a time gate. Oh. Well, thank you for that information, Ryu Dragon 7. Wait, are you saying part 30-4 marks the end of the entire thing, or just until the time gate? Or are you saying after node 24 is a time gate?
負けないぞ。ここでまっすぐセイトレオ。
Unfortunately, Normace, the way you responded, I'm not sure which of the things. Okay. Gotcha. Ryu Dragon 7. Technically 24/7 is the last node before a time gate. Did they say when that time gate would be? Yeah, language is crazy. July 10th, huh? Interesting. Very interesting. Looks like they're giving us more of a break in between. Was this how much time gate there was in Lostbelt 6 in Japan? Kinda seems hard to believe that. Do you like Eastern Serpent style or Western Lizard-based dragons more? Oh, I see what you're saying. Honestly, I think Western dragons are kinda cooler. They're more like raggedy and old and... yeah, they're kind of cool looking. Just watched your question go through your body? I don't even know what you're talking about. I honestly have no idea what you just said. Oh, did I see the new Samurai Remnant trailer? What about it? Yeah, no, I said it at the beginning of the stream. Yes, it looks very fun. I want more outfits and characters than what was currently shown in the trailer, but I will play it regardless because it looks fun. So I'm going to be wrapping up this stream in about 20 minutes or so, just for reference. And I'll schedule another one for tomorrow. Should be good. Did you know that the Fate Samurai Remnant trailer was leaked? It was never supposed to come out. Yeah, isn't Cars, K-A-R-Z, on like Twitter getting like DMCA'd for that, like sharing it and stuff? Well, Chaos, as far as I'm aware, when they first announced the game, they would be saying we would get it in English. But they have not announced when just yet. We're not supposed to get it on the same time as Japan in September, but we'll find out. Alright, that takes care of most of them. We can handle the rest. Go on ahead to the gate, Sarah. Percival needs your help now, too. Not us. Please watch Gareth's back, too, Sarah. She has a bad habit of being reckless. Okay, be careful, you two. Well, that was quick. I kind of like when that's the case. No, give me my casters. Thank you. 3 programs can be set in this quest. Only 3? Oh, piss. I can't put people in here? Oh yeah, I can. Whatever. We'll stick you right there. No, wrong Musashi. This one. Let's give her a shot. Oh, Scottish, Gaelic. Okay, gotcha. I didn't know how it was categorized. I appreciate that. Oh, right, Welsh. Interesting. You can't tell me who to bring into battle. I bring whoever I want. Would you rather be in a saw trap or be in Higurashi? Probably Higurashi. Unless I were like Reina and I was stuck in that loop. That would be a nightmare for sure. No doubt. Yes, Steven, I said it. Spanish Gaelic, interesting. Yeah, history's crazy, man. Oh, you're the one who had more... Come on, Gareth, you had more crit on you. You didn't hit the crit? You didn't hit the crit? You hypocrite. Sorry, I meant to say Rika. You're correct. Absolutely correct. Man, I wish Musashi's NP was like... Not NP, but that skill was... actually a... evade for an entire turn, you know? God, what a shame. She was so close. Whatever, we'll just do this. You didn't kill them with that? Damn, you're still alive, Horseman? Come on. Come on. You're such a jerk, Horsey. Nobody likes you, everybody hates you, might as well eat worms. Yes, I know, Dawson. And when I'm streaming like this, I'll say things not by what the fuck? By accident, per se, but... God, Musashi, you freaking lawnmower. Every time you hit, we'll give him a defense up buff, huh? Really? Maybe it's not this fight then, because he's not doing it. Batu!
My name is Musashi Miyamoto! 超特急でさよならね。当然とはいえ、嬉しいものですね。皆さんのおかげです。
I have a report from Captain Landon, sir. They've taken full control of the South District. I have a report from Captain Aurelia as well. The Queen's soldiers near the main gate have retreated after losing 20% of their force. Great work. Now do the same for the North District. We're going ahead to the Vault Castle. Take anyone who surrenders into custody and have Aurelia's squad look after them. Yes, sir. Understood. Whew, this is a lot harder than I thought it'd be. Gareth, Habitrot, you two stay here. Muramasa, Artoria, Da Vinci, Sarah. The 5 of us will infiltrate the Vault Castle. I trust that's okay with you? Okay. Just try and stop me. Been waiting to smack the smug out of Spriggan for a while now. You said it. We're nearly there. Your last comment to me? No, I can't tell what you last said to me specifically. I mean, obviously I saw your list of Celtic languages. My, still so fiery, I see. Now I'm really glad I went to the trouble of securing that route in for you. None of the Queen's soldiers are stationed in the Vault Castle. Once you get past Spriggan's guards, then... Wait a second. The front door is... open? I'm not sensing any soldiers in there either. It looks like the path to the bell tower is all clear. Huh. Do you think it's a trap? It's a trap. It's definitely a trap. Probably yes, but not for us. Huh? This trap is only for Artoria, the child of prophecy, and Queen Morgan. Spriggan really is a sly old fox, isn't he? He's just handing the bell over to us. Makes sense, though. He gains nothing by trying to protect it at this point. He must be trying to surrender without defying the Queen. No, we did not get that far yet, Jens. He wants to be able to deny any involvement in ringing the bell. Well, this is a surprise. I thought we'd never be able to take control of Norwich without ringing the bell. But if Spriggan has pulled his soldiers back, he must not have had any intention of fighting. That means our battle to occupy Norwich is over. We no longer have to ring the bell to win. That said, would you rather never eat ice cream or never eat pizza again? I would get rid of ice cream for pizza, only because pizza's more substance. But it would be a very, very painful decision. Whether we go ring it now or not is up to the child of prophecy. If she does, it will be a declaration of war. There'll be no going back. I hate to play into Spriggan's hands, but I doubt we'll get another opportunity like this. Let's go. Bell or no bell, Spriggan is still inside. Between him just letting the calamity happen and the stunt he's trying to pull right now, you can't just let him go. I want to know exactly what the head of the Earth Clan was thinking when he made those decisions. Huh, we didn't run into a single soldier on the way up here, let alone Spriggan himself. I've got a hell of a bad feeling about this. Chills even. Be careful, there's something here. Capless. Capless. Where are you, Capless? I smell paradise. Here, Avalon. I see. So you've finally come. There, magical energy is collecting on the ceiling. This density, it's a night call. The one who saves us shall be Britain's undoing. Ah, curse my dead body. I will gladly give my soul for the Earth Clan. In exchange for your abominable body. Hey, I resent that. My body's delightful. Your body is a wonderland. Would you rather never eat beef again or never have chicken again? Chicken is the leaner meat. So I guess I'll keep chicken, even though I like beef more. Oh. Well, I'm not following that conversation, Steven. Not too closely, anyway. What? Chaos? What? Percival, is this your card? No, Pepperon, it's not. Check under your foreskin. What the? Where did that come from? Oy, oy, oy. Hey. Someone fucked up royally by choosing this fight. Alrighty. Yeah. Well, I've got my own super weapon. It's called Squirt. We're gonna squirt to victory. Little. Guardian of the Treasure Vault. You discovered Lithero? I don't even know what that is. Here's the damage taken. 1 turn, 1 left. Okay. Well, I'm not sure. I guess I just have to test the waters and see what he's doing. just realized that most normal people would indeed call her Archuria and not Squirtoria. But I'm not normal. Ready, normal people?
The internet is for porn. Grab your dick and double click for porn, porn, porn.
Now, if his defense is cheap, I might have to reset. Let's see here. Now it's still hurting him, at least. I love it. Would you rather never have bread again or never have milk again? It's a tricky one, man. I think bread's probably more important than milk. At least if we're talking like cow's milk. Like, we still need something to give to babies, you know? Well, this is an easy as piss fight. Alright. We'll wrap up the stream by blasting the crap out of this stupid rock man. Oh, yeah, definitely set your videos so that you're live, or you're gonna drive my poor little brain crazy. Now that thing was a friggin' Spriggan, I just realized. It's gone. That night call must have been here for a very long time. Catch you later, Dawson. I'm almost done. The stream's not quite yet. Didn't exactly go peacefully, though. Hope you're at least resting now, old one. Anyway, that seems to take care of the last obstacle in our path. All that's left to do now is ring the bell. Ah, well done. Well done indeed. Sure, Chaos. You can send it. Wait. Yeah, PM. I must thank you for finally ridding the bell tower of the ghost that's been haunting it for the last century. Now that is what I call a swift resolution. It was the finest thing I've seen since I first set foot in Fairy Britain. As in, you're not from here? Once again, your power leaves me at a loss for words. Oh? Well, actually, that was the end of the stream right there. That was nice and short. Something tells me that the next piece is going to be a bit long, so we will start it then. Thank you guys for tuning in to OtakuDaiKun. I will set up the stream for tomorrow. And until next time, celebrate your fandom. We'll find out next time on Daikun Stream Z.